Good morning, Professor Muna.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear very well.
Yeah. Welcome to the symposium. We are waiting for just a couple of minutes. It's the first thing in the morning. Thanks for joining, and we'll start in just 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Check.
The videographer request to span the room so that Professor Muna sees what the hall looks like. So we have about 270 registered participants. At the back, probably the video is not able to capture. We have posters at the back of the hall, and all sessions are co-located in the same venue.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of trees on the backdrop.
You have to get a feel of IIT Madras campus, right? So this is located on the top floor. This is actually a terrace converted to a hall.
Oh, wonderful.
So it's as if we are inside the nature. Okay, let's start.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of PMRF Symposium. The panelists for this session are Professor Devnath Pal, Professor S. Shivaji Ganesh, Professor V. Stalin Raj, and Professor Shantanu Pradhan. I request the panelists to come to the stage. Thank you for joining us. I now invite Professor S. Shivaji Ganesh to introduce the first invited speaker of the session, Professor Rajat Muna, Director of IIT Gandhinagar, who is there with us online. Over to you, sir.
Hello, Professor Rajat.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Shivaji. We met at IIT Bhilai when we came for
Yes,
MBBS
I
program.
remember you well.
So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Rajat Muna, who is currently director at IIT Gandhinagar. So he completed his BTech in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur, and he got his PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He was a professor of computer science and engineering at IIT Kanpur, and then Director General of CDAC before serving as Director of IIT Bhilai. Presently, he is a director at IIT Gandhinagar. So during his tenure at IIT Kanpur, he was involved
We lost the sound from there.
No, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, I think IIT. Oh, Professor Rao, how are you?
Good to see you. I think we lost the connection to IIT.
Yeah, from IIT Madras, I think we lost the connection.
Yeah, yeah. Just two of us now looks like.
Yes.
I wonder we should rejoin or just stay put.
No, I think we should stay put. It
Okay.
is
Okay. We are in their connection. So,
right.
yeah. So how are you?
Great. Our report is mostly done.
Yes, yes, I saw that. I'll go through once again and give a green signal.
Yes.
I thought they were all well set.
Yeah, I mean, this happening at IIT Madras is actually very difficult to digest that suddenly the network is gone.
Yeah. It may even be power.
No, I mean, most of these places, they will be on UPS.
Okay. If you know somebody you want to call, or they would.
I can call, but I think, like we have lost them, they also have lost us. So they will be probably calling anyway.
Okay.
First, I thought it is I who have lost the connection. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I heard you.
So. So only two of us are online, looks like.
Looks like only two of us are online. The others could be online through their YouTube channel. That
Yes.
means they actually will relate on the YouTube.
Correct, correct.
But they are, no, okay. I think we should join again then. Where they
Okay.
call saying that our connection is lost.
Okay, I'm leaving. Yeah.
In order to rectify this, the best other national database is the Aadhaar database, where the strength of the Aadhaar is that every time an entry is made into Aadhaar, anytime an enrollment happens, the person looks at his record and verifies that everything is okay right on the computer. And when he says everything is okay, this goes as it is. So therefore, Aadhaar data is far much purer than electoral roll data in terms of spelling mistakes and such kind of things. Now, obvious thing for us is to actually correct this by linking up the two databases. And that is the basic reason, so that somebody is not able to use this electoral roll information and create two entries. Sometimes people actually migrate from one place to another place. And the destination, they again register as voter, but on the place from where they migrated, they have not de-linked themselves. And these kind of things could have been easier handled by simple linking with Aadhaar. It is not for biometric authentication and such kind of things. It is primarily linking it with a unique ID, which is verifiable.
Thank you, Professor Rajat. Thanks once again. We appreciate you joining live to address the PMRF research scholars. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks once again, Professor Muna. We now realize, the technology behind Digital India. And I think this generation of PMRFs probably have always thought it is always like, it has been like this. Probably when you started voting, it was always EVM based voting. I don't know. I don't think I have not done a voting on a paper-based voting. So thanks a lot for being the driving force and continuing to be the driving force behind that. You need to also, the next task for you is to get teleportation done so that we can pass on a token of appreciation to you. So since that is not yet done, we will make sure that it reaches your office in very short time. Thank you so much. And we will move on. So I request.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll move on to the next invited talk. I would like to invite Professor V. Stalin Raj to introduce the next invited speaker of the session, Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad. He's there with us online. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, sir. So it is a great pleasure and honor to introduce our next speaker, Professor B.J. Rao, University is Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. So Professor B.J. Rao obtained his PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, in the domain of biochemistry, and he was the senior professor, chair, and dean of faculty at Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. Prior to his ISER posting, he was did his postdoctoral fellowship at University of Yale and worked for several years, then moved back to India, served as a senior professor and chair of biology for several years at TAFR, Mumbai, and successfully headed the program of mechanism of genome dynamics and cellular adaptations laboratory at TAFR. He is a fellow of all the 3 national academics in India and Sir JC Fellowship and Department of Science and Technology. He is a chief editor of Journal of Biosciences, and currently he serves as a Vice Chancellor of at University of Hyderabad. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this very important today symposium. I have not prepared any PowerPoint slides. I just want to directly talk to my PMRF scholars. PMRF scholars in the country are prized entities. They have been chosen for their potential and they have been incentivized with a very high fellowship amount with the hope that they will deliver high quality science as well as enrich the system with engaging scholarship. This is a small model that has started, and if this model is successful, as Professor Mona says, it can be scalable. Now, this is based on the assumption that when we identify the potential in the mind in the scholar, we incentivize and the scholar will perform. It's a good assumption to make, but this assumption to come true, the scholar has to go deep, engage with the system, and the mentor of the scholar also has to engage deeply with the process. Now we have few dozens, probably few hundreds of scholars, and we hope to see some very high deep science getting published from this pool of students across the country, and we are all awaiting this outcome. Now, scholars are made not just with money, obviously. Scholars are made out of their mind. So I hope that my PMRF scholars, having gotten incentivized, are deeply engaged in the process and are not only becoming lab-centric, they're project-centric citizens, but also system-centric citizens, because they are also supposed to engage with the schools in the neighborhood, teach the students, and prepare young minds for brighter future. So it is a different type of model that India is experimenting in PMRF model. This is not just a fellowship, give fellowship and be done with. No. I hope our PMRF fellows are primed into the overall philosophy of this process, whereby they are not only incentivized, but also made into interactive citizenship. They must spend enough quality time with young students in their neighborhood, in the colleges, in the schools, and handhold them and pass on their spark to them. This is very, very, very important. I do not see that happening as much as I wish to see that. So I request all my young scholars to be engaging with young students, college students and school students. This is very important. The other important thing that they must not lose track of is that they are not just getting trained in PhD program. It is not that their next shop will be a postdoctoral slot. No, they must be non-linear in their training. They must hopefully be part of innovative ecosystem in the country and be part of Startup India as well as Make in India type of projects. Not just look for a postdoctoral slot abroad. Look for avenues where they can actually bring out their creativity of the type that Dr. Moona was mentioning. I hope my PMRF fellows will come up with technology that are simple, scalable, and implementable by the common citizenship in the country. This is also an expectation from my PMRF fellows. So do not simply look for a bright postdoctoral fellowship slot abroad working with a white man. Gone are those days that you could only do this there. You probably have to keep a keen eye on what is happening in the country, figure out the gap areas and get into those gap areas and fill up with your excellent training that you are getting at your parental institutions. Now, the other thing that I want to really mention is that my PMRF fellowships must be very interactive fellowships. Do not simply get secluded in the lab and do things for one's own self-glorification. It is important for all of us to be much more interactive than what we were in the past. This applies to senior citizens and medium-age citizens as well as the young citizens of the country. My PMRF fellows therefore have to be model citizens where they interact with the system, they interact with other young scholars, they bring along the best in them and generate an interactive, collaborative system so that we synergize and do better than what all our individuals put together do. This kind of ecosystem is required now. And PMRF fellows have a special responsibility of initiating this culture. Why am I emphasizing that PMRF fellows have so many special responsibilities? Because they are specially chosen fellows. Whenever a person is specially chosen, the responsibilities also are specially chosen in that person. Therefore, I do not want to belabor my points again and again. I have said my few points which are very, very dear to my heart, and I hope my fellows understand the spirit of what I am saying and follow some of the important things that I have mentioned in this very small talk. The future of some of the important responsibility of science growth in the country from now onwards does depend on how our PMRF fellows perform in the country and outside the country. I hope my fellows are primed about it. They are special ambassadors for us wherever they go. Take that special burden with you. It's a pleasurable special burden for the country that you are carrying. This is all I want to say. Namaste to all of you and all the best to all my PMRF fellows. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it is a very good advice to the young minds and also motivation to the scholars. So I think this is a question time. Yeah. So any questions to Professor B.J. Rao? Any questions? No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for making us realize and once again take pride in our privilege to be able to be contributing to the society in this way. We are very thankful for your talk. And I would request Professor V. Stalin Raj to present the memento to Professor BJ Rao. Just electronically. We'll try to build holographic mementos next time. Definitely. We'll take some time.
Thank you very much.
Memento. Sir has left. Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So now this is the end of invited talks for this session. I now invite Professor Jailal Sharma on stage to present mementos to our panelists. I now request everyone to move to the poster area for the poster presentations on the broad areas 4 and 5. Broad area 4 includes computer science and engineering, data science and mathematics, and broad area 5 includes biomedical engineering, biological sciences, and agricultural sciences. Yeah. We'll be having a tea break after the poster session. I request everyone to gather in the hall at
Good morning, friends. This is B.S. Murthy here. Are you able to hear me? Someone can say yes or no.
Yes, sir, we're able to hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, just starting. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We will now be starting the next session. We will begin the so I request everyone to be seated for the next session. The panelists for this session are Professor Kalol Mandal, Professor P. Swaminathan, Professor Kedar Singh, and Professor K. Setupati. I request the panelists to come on stage. Thank you for joining us on stage. I would now like to invite Professor Deepa Venkatesh to introduce the next invited speaker of the session, Professor B.S. Murthy, who is the Director of IIT Hyderabad. Over to you, ma'am.
No issues, no issues. Professor Kalol Mandal will be introducing Professor B.S. Murthy.
Okay. Hello, sir. Good morning. And good morning to all of you. Let me just introduce Professor B.S. Murthy, who is the Director, IIT Hyderabad. I think he doesn't need any introduction, but still, I think I have been told to introduce. He has received ME degree and PhD from IISc Bangalore. He has served as professor at IIT Kharagpur for 12 years before joining IIT Madras as professor. He is institute professor in the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering at IIT Madras and has served as head of the department. Presently, he is serving as director of IIT Hyderabad. His fields of interest are high entropy alloys, nanocrystalline materials, nanocomposites, bulk metallic glass, grain refinement and modification of aluminum alloys, aluminum-based composites, in situ composites, non-equilibrium processing, thermodynamics and kinetics of phase transformation, transmission electron microscopy, atom probe tomography. I think the list is ever ending. And he is the recipient of a number of awards, including Shanti Sharaf Bhatnagar Award in 2007, Jesse Bose Fellowship Award, to name a few. And finally, I would like to say that I am a proud student of Professor B.S. Murthy. Okay. Professor Murthy, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really great to have your student introduce you. Thank you, Kalol. It was wonderful. It also reminds me one more thing that whenever a PhD student of yours applies for a faculty position somewhere, you need to give a repo. Kalol, when he applied to IIT Kanpur, I was asked to give a repo, and where I gave a repo where I said, here is a student from whom I learned a lot. Okay, and the head of the department afterwards called me and said, Murthy Garu, are you really sure about what you have written? I said, I am 200% sure. Here is a guy who is going to be a star of IIT Kanpur. And I'm very, very glad today that he has become very popular in his own field. He started with corrosion, they went into steels, even did a lot of things on glasses. And now I heard he is heading the department, and I'm happy that, as we always say, in Telugu, I do not know how many of you can understand Telugu, but possibly I'll say that and then tell it in English. Putrotsahamu tandriki, putrudu janiminchinatane, Kalagadu Janula. There is a statement which basically says, when a son is born, you don't become proud of him on the day of his birth. Okay, but when he becomes somebody who is very big, and then the father becomes very happy. So exactly like that, as teacher, I always say that I will be the happiest person when I have to take an appointment to meet my student one day. Okay, so I'm happy to meet a large gathering of PMRF students today, and PMRF are supposed to be the future of the country. Okay, you're all specially chosen to be the leaders of this country, and India, I think, has taken a special initiative to identify the leaders of the country, future leaders of the country, and given a big responsibility on your shoulders to ensure that you remember that you are going to make this country not only just Atmanirbhar, but also a leader for the whole world. Okay, I always say this, once upon a time, India, I was just talking to a group of people a few minutes back, that's why I got delayed by 1 minute to join here. And I was just telling them that one point of time, people from all countries used to come to India to study in India and learn from India. The so-called word that was generally used, the Vishwaguru. Okay, India was known to be a Vishwaguru. Somewhere down the line, we have lost all that. Okay, and I think it is time that we should build such a country once again. And I'm 200% confident that every one of you sitting in this hall and standing, roaming around here and there, or all of you are such people who are going to make this country once again a Vishwaguru and ensure that people come from everywhere and learn from it. IIT Hyderabad, for example, from this August, we are introducing a new scheme where every one of our course we are opening to anybody in the world. Okay, we got this approved in our Senate. Okay, and got the approval of all the faculty members. So every faculty who is interested, we have converted every classroom into a hybrid classroom now. Okay, so that I can have some students in my class in front of me physically and some of them virtually from somewhere else. Thanks to COVID, we have learned this. And we say that anybody, it can be a homemaker, it can be a student or a faculty or even a working professional, anybody. I don't bother what is your background. You can be an electrical engineer who wants to learn thermodynamics from me. Okay, we are ready to teach you, provided you can pass my exam. I don't really need to worry. What is your background? Okay, as long as I keep my standards high enough that you can pass my exam. And we give you a certificate saying that you have done this particular course with these many credits with this grade. And this is something that we are starting from this August at IIT Hyderabad. And anybody from any corner of the world can attend that course. Okay, and what the person will do with that course is up to them to decide. But I'm very keen that down the line, people are not going to look for degrees. People are going to look for your skills. Okay, and that is something which is going to be order of the day. For example, just in the last Senate, we got it approved that if a student of IIT Hyderabad, BTech student, completes 50% of his courses and says, I have learned enough for me to get a good job or start something on my own. I do not want to stay for all the 4 years. Can you allow me to go? We say, yes, we give you a diploma and you can go. Okay, this has been approved now. Okay, we are also thinking of the next stage. If you have completed 75% of your credits, we can give you something higher, maybe a BSc or something like that. That also is something. I know IIT Madras has started the BSc in computational area, and this is open for any student of any branch of IIT. So what I am trying to say is, what is important is to see that we excel and make the country excel. And that's what all of you sitting here are supposed to have committed. Please remember, PMRF is not enforced on any one of you sitting there. PMRF is an opportunity enabled the brightest students to say, if you are bright, I'm here to support you. The government came forward and then said, we will support you with a higher scholarship and some contingency grant, which a regular student does not get that easily, and say that, yes, you try to now excel, okay, and demonstrate that and take this country along with you to greater heights. I always used to tell my students this, many of my students are aware of this statement that I make all the time. Every PhD student, particularly now that you are all PMRF, I expect this more, that I say they should have 3 qualities. One, you should be able to go for a cup of tea with your friend or a colleague or a co-worker and talk only about the science that you are doing or the exciting thing that you are doing. First and foremost, if you are not excited about your work, there's no point in doing research. Okay? I mean, research should be done only by people who are excited about what they want. Okay? The second, I used to say that you should be able to go to sleep thinking about the problem that you are solving. I can, first-hand experience, I can say, it tells you a lot. Okay? And many times you even get solutions in your sleep. Okay. And the third and most important, you should be able to catch hold of a 12th standard kid, 11th or 12th standard kid, and make that kid excited about what you are doing. If that you can do, I'm sure, okay, the best out of you will come out. If you are not excited about your work, I'm 200% sure that great things do not come out of it. Okay? To bring out great things, you should have passion about what you are doing. You should enjoy what you are doing. It should be like a romance. I'm sorry to use an unparliamentary word, if you can say so. Okay? That's important. The joy of doing. Okay? I mean, I can still say, a few days back, I was in Delhi giving a talk in something called EMSI, Electron Microscopy Society of India. I say, I still feel I'm a PhD student. Okay, completed my PhD in 92, almost close to 30 years now. Okay, I still feel there's so much to learn, so much of joy in learning. Sitting here, whole Sunday, morning 9 o'clock to evening 5 o'clock, I spent with 12 of my PhD students, who are all, most of them sitting in IIT Madras. Okay, and enjoy discussions with them. This is very, very important. First, learn to enjoy what you do. And when you learn to enjoy what you do, okay, you won't see any negativities all around. Otherwise, every time it is easy to talk negative things. Everybody, I mean, you open up, talk to a researcher, 100 complaints the researcher gives you. Okay. And I always say, look at what you have rather than looking at what you don't have. Okay. Life is the half-filled glass, half-empty glass, as people talk about it. Okay. It's important to see, and it's a world of collaborations. Okay, not everything that you need to be inside your lab. Go out, come out and use facilities. For example, I can just tell you, just half an hour back, we had invited quite a number of industries and academic institutions and R&D labs, people to IIT Hyderabad, and talking about iSTEM. You are all possibly aware of iSTEM, okay, which is a portal where all the facilities of various institutions can be put. I can proudly say today, 479 equipment of IIT Hyderabad are on iSTEM. As on yesterday, 479 equipment, and they can be used by anybody in the country. Possibly the largest number of equipment any IIT has put on iSTEM. Okay, we have done this just to ensure that we are available for outside. And this is not just equipment usage, friends. It leads to collaborations. It leads to joint programs, joint research programs, joint PhD programs. It needs to working together. And I strongly believe this working together is essential if India has to be Atmanirbhar. I think gone are those years. We have been so silos that within the same department, people don't talk to each other or do not collaborate with each other. It is important that we go beyond. For example, just last year at IIT Hyderabad, we have given 50,000 to every faculty. We have 300 faculty, 1.5 crores we have spent. I just told only one thing. This money is for you to just travel. Go and meet anybody and make friendships, make collaborations, or strengthen existing collaboration. This is something all of you sitting there should learn. Okay, my request to all of you is look for where a particular facility is there. Do not complain. And now you have even contingency grant. You can happily use that grant, go anywhere and utilize. Never, cut down your problem or aspiration. You have a dream problem to solve. And if you have a dream problem to solve, okay, don't get confined. Many times we give a problem to students, to be honest with you. Looking at what facilities I have in my lab. And PMRF, we expect you much more. Okay, so please ensure that your dreams are much bigger. I do not know how many of you have read this book called Ignited Minds, which I used to suggest to all school-going kids. There Abdul Kalam says that everybody should dream and dreams should be as colorful as possible. I mean, even at close to 60 years now, I have so many dreams. And this is something that at your age, you're all just around 20, okay, between 20 and 25. That's the age you should think of ruling the whole world. Okay, so please have very high aspirations. I always say this, you are what you think you are. If you think you are small, you will remain to be small forever. If you think you are big, there is a scope for you to become big. There is always a 0.5 probability for you to become big, provided you put your heart. Okay, and that passion and that perseverance are essential in any field, even if it is sports and true with research. Think of all great researchers. I remember once in metallurgy, there is one Nobel laureate, okay, by name Dan Shetman, quasi-crystals. Okay, I met him in Iowa State one day. I was talking to one of my friends in Iowa State, saying that he works here. So I would like to meet him. Can you please introduce him to me? From my PhD days, I have been working on quasi-crystals to some extent, heard about it a lot, heard about him a lot, but never met. And he walks into that room and he says, my friend, sorry, my memory is fading. I'm not able to get that name. Okay, this guy, he asks, I'm looking for a glue for sticking my sample for the microscopy. Can you please let me know if you have one? This guy is about 75 years old on that day. Okay, and he is so passionate about what he is doing. And that if at 25 years age, if you don't get, and I'm sorry, you are not only ruining yourself and you are ruining the country. I'm sorry to use very hard words here. Please develop a passion at whatever you do. And this is essential for you to become great one day, so that somebody like IIT Madras will call you to give a talk like this. It's important to develop that. So please, my two philosophies, keep it in mind. I will stop here because they told me only 15 minutes. Okay, one is you should be passionate about what you do. You should enjoy what you do. And you should realize that everything cannot be done within your own lab. You should be ready to go anywhere it is needed. At IIT Hyderabad, we send PMRFs to anywhere in the country, in the world, if they think that there's a portion of their work can be done somewhere else. Okay, I'm sure every IIT can do this. Okay, and so please do not keep smaller aspirations, and let the aspirations fly with bigger wings. And I'm sure one day you will be a leader inspiring the whole world. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
We can, it's fine. Hello, now it's fine. Okay, so I think we can take questions now. I would request the students to go for questions. I think that's what Professor Murthy wants. Students, anyone? So this is an opportunity I think we should all grab for this one. Any student from any corner? PMRFs, all are PMRFs, of course. No? Okay, so then I would go to others. Anybody would like to have some interactions? No? Okay, so then I would ask, I think, two things. First of all is, I would really appreciate, I really appreciate that you have opened all your equipments. I didn't know this. Okay, so this is important. So that's what, so that part for the PMRFs who are working in experimental field, I think it's the place to go to have interaction with faculty colleagues who are actually in charge. As you know that all the equipments are handled by some of the coordinators. I think you can go and meet. I think
on the iSTEM, if you go, you will see the name of the faculty, the email address of the faculty.
Okay, so that opportunity is open. I think he has opened it. I really appreciate that. Okay. Now the query what I have, so nowadays this is little hard queries because this PMRS what I'm noticing, okay, because we are the coordinator department in material science and metallurgical engineering and as well as mining engineering. Some of the PMRFs, they are wondering about their career. Okay, I think they should not be worried about it. So on that part, what you do say? Okay.
Yeah. I feel if PMRFs are worried about career, they should not take PMRF. Very clear. See, after my BTech, I did not even attend a campus interview because I was very clear that I will get a job. Okay. If you are good, you will get a job. Okay. First, make yourself good. And how will you become good? If your passion is there and you like what you do, you automatically become good. And at the same time, please also remember that be focus on fundamentals, which I did not mention. It's very important. I have seen a case where in the last few years, sometimes when I was interviewing a few candidates in various other IITs, sometimes you have very good publications. But when somebody asks fundamentals, people fumble a little bit. At IIT Hyderabad, for example, we have started in the last 3 years after I joined as a director, we have something called teaching presentation and research presentation, half an hour each, where the prospective candidate has to go to the blackboard and teach for half an hour. Any topic of his or her choice at the second year BTech level. Okay, and if you can do that, you are a candidate worthy to be selected in an IIT. Because in an IIT system, typically, you're supposed to be good at teaching and also research. So this is something particularly PMRF insists that you should go somewhere and teach, okay, a certain number of hours per week, let's say 1 hour per week or so. And that is only to insist that it is done. I remember in my group, both at IIT Kharagpur and Madras, we used to have these what are called fundamental talks. The student goes to the blackboard and then teaches on some concept for half an hour or so. And if I have become what I am today, okay, it is thanks to my IASC, where every day, night, 10 o'clock, we used to be in front of the blackboard after dinner and talk of whatever little that we know. Okay, somebody talks thermodynamics, somebody talks crystallography, somebody talks something else, and it used to be amazing. So this is important for all of you. You strengthen yourself. When you strengthen yourself, you don't need to be worried. Jobs will come to you. I'm very clear about it.
Thank you. I think this is a very prompt response. I think this should be the motto of all the PMRF
Sure.
fellows, I think. So the last one, this is a bit tricky. I would like to pose this one. You know, of late, this PMRFs as well as PhD students, they are worried about publicity rather than publication. Okay, so that part is a bit tricky. I think I have my own opinion, but that it's more about publicity or that scholarship rather than publication and scholarship rather than publicity. Okay, so what is your opinion, sir?
Clear, I'm 200% with you, Kallol, on that. Okay, what is important? I'm also very clear about one more thing. Okay, nowadays, what is seen, forget about 10 years back or so, where people say if you have more publications, you are a good guy or something like that. People very clearly look at where have you published, which journal you have published. I remember, at least to my students, I always used to give a list of 5 or 6 journals, and I used to tell them, read only these journals. And they are the best in my field, at least the field in which my students work. And tell them that when you keep reading a particular journal, which is one of the best, you start knowing what takes for somebody to publish in that journal. What kind of papers are coming? What is the quality of the paper? Am I there or not? Is my work at that level or not? And this is important. Please try to, you do not hurry in publishing. I mean, sometimes I'm sorry to say, we as professor faculty also, we need promotions and things like that. So a professor may say, faculty may say, who is particularly an assistant professor or an associate professor, may ask you, please, let's publish this. But you should be able to have the guts to say, sir, I would like to go a little deeper. Let me do a little more comprehensive work. And in my view, I want this paper to go only in this journal. And when I look at that particular journal, I don't think I am there. Okay, this courage you should have. I mean, please remember, PMRF is supposed to be a different breed. If you don't behave like a different breed, then everybody within your own group, okay, there are 2 PMRFs in somebody's group, let's say there are some more PhD students, they will start saying, what is the difference between me and that other fellow? You should demonstrate that. Okay, that I am a different breed. My thinking process is different. I will not think anything other than the best journal in my field. That's it. And second grade journal is not a consideration for me at all. Please, this is important. If you also start behaving like any other PhD student, then there is no point in giving PMRF fellowship to you. I'm a little open. Some people don't like me because of this, but I'm sorry. I feel a spade has to be called a spade. Okay, so I think, Kallol, I might have answered your question.
Okay, fine. So now anybody from my all the fellow colleagues? No. So if there are no more queries or comments or kind of a discussion, let us appreciate Professor Murthy for a nice
all the best to all of you.
discussion. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Anything else? Oops. I think he left it or. Okay, fine. So now we have some memento for him. I think that will be sent by the PMRF committee to his address. Okay, thank you.
That was a very inspiring talk. And now we will move forward to our next invited talk. I request Professor K. Setupati to introduce our next invited speaker of this session, Professor Sunil Kumar from IIT Madras.
Hello, very good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Professor P.B. Sunil Kumar. PB Sunil Kumar did his PhD in Raman Research Institute, Bangalore. He's right now a professor in the Department of Physics at IIT Madras. He was the founding director of IIT Palakkad. He is known for his research in soft matter, biological physics, and statistical physics. He has won several awards and honors. The most recent one is he is the fellow of Indian National Academy of Sciences, and in Indian Academy of Sciences, he's also an elected member of Kerala Science Congress. Now I request Professor Sunil Kumar to take the dais, please. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's getting there. Yeah. Okay. 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 Understand. Okay. Fine. Yeah. We'll wait for him to join. Yeah.
Dear students and other colleagues, I'm getting an echo here. I hope it's okay. Yeah, so first of all, thank you. I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present something to you, all the PMRF scholars and others. It's, I think it's a privilege, yeah, to be with all of you here. So I know that PMRF, as other speakers, I'm just listening to other speakers. I'm sure it's already putting a lot of pressure on you. So I don't intend to put any pressure on any of you. Okay, I guess you're all doing well and you'll do well. I just want to use this opportunity to make you think a little bit about what you're doing. Okay, so that is all my intention here is. So, and interdisciplinarity is a word which is now so often used. I thought even if I'm going to talk about it, I should use a different word. So I use here science without borders. Okay, and I actually mean it. Border could be disciplinary borders, you know, state borders, national borders, everything. Okay, so you should do science without any of these borders. Okay, that is what my intention is here too. Okay, so let me tell you something about, or let me ask you a question about first, what is science? Yeah, let's start with that. Okay, and I hope you will interact with me and tell me something. Okay, so that is my first. Oh. Okay. This doesn't function. My slide is not. No, it's not changing the slide. Yeah, so let me go back to my sharing. Share that. Why is it not changing the slides? Okay. Yeah, okay. So I hope now you can see. So this is the thing. So this is the answer. Okay. So I will try to give you the science is a cognition of necessity. Okay. Now I would like to know, this is the shortest answer on science. What is science I could find? Okay. I have asked this question at all levels, in school level. Okay. And I've asked people on the street. Okay. And as part of some program, what is science? And I got variety of answers and never a satisfactory answer from anybody. The most popular answer would be actually the subject which we study. Okay, right? Yeah. So, so this is, now we are talking to PMRF. So I just wanted to put this up here and saying the science is the cognition of necessity. So what do you get from that? Anybody has anything to comment on that? What do you understand from this? Yeah. Anybody has anything to say? What you meant by, what is actually, what your understanding of what this sentence is? Yeah, please. Absolutely. Yeah, that's very good. Okay, so, so what is required, okay, for the working of this world, right? And you want to understand that, right? So what is necessary? What are the necessary principles, okay, which is required for the working of this world? And you want to understand, that is what science is about, right? Okay. So now, this brings me to another thing. This is something which you can read in this Resonance by Vivek Ontario, written in June 2011. There's an article on the whole thing about this, about Kosambi's life and things like that. So now this is the thing. So you see, with all of reality, both natural and social, becoming a subject of science, science itself ceases to be a subject, right? And instead becomes a method for understanding and engaging with reality as a whole. Okay, now that is the whole, a slightly expanded version of that one sentence of science is a cognition of necessity. Yeah, okay. So this is what you have to absorb, right? And when you say you do interdisciplinary science or you do, right, or anything, this is what you have to absorb, that you think this is where your level should be, okay? So you are not doing a subject, okay? You are basically engaging with reality. And for that, there are no borders, correct? So to tell you that there is, bring you to that thing, that there is no borders and where the borders come in, I'll just go through one slide on, brief history of science, okay, modern science, I would say, because science is also, very difficult because people translate science to Shastra and things like that. That's all complicated because Shastra is not really science of the way I used to talk about science. So I would use the word modern science to qualify that, okay? Because, so the question is, the birth of modern science, which as we know today, okay, can be traced back to 16th century. Right? That's where, would say, in fact, where the whole method of how we do or we engage with nature came out in a different way. So that is an approach, a new approach. That is an approach based on observation, experimentation, and use of reason and logic to develop theories and explanations. Okay, right? So I would say that first, every word in this is very important. Observation, experimentation, and the use of reason and logic to develop theories and explanations. Okay, so that is what science, modern science, as I define in this case, which can be traced back to 16th century. Okay. There were, of course, great thinkers before that. People have done a lot of things, a lot of philosophy, a lot of work has been done earlier times, okay, than that. But, when you talk about modern science, and this is what it is. Yeah. And now I would trace the thing to one person, that is, basically the person who really brought this into the forefront is Galileo Galilei. So he's a key player. Okay, actually did experimentation, okay, and measurements, and tried to use his logic, okay, and to explain things, right? If you ask many people today that who discovered gravity and things like that, people say Newton, right? But Galileo knew about it, right? Galileo knew things attract and things like that, okay? But and he himself wrote there in the 16th century saying that all this experimental things, results here, this pattern which is emerging from all of this has a deeper principle, and a mind greater than mine will come to reveal that to you. He actually write this, and it took 100 years for Newton to come and reveal that. Okay, so it's very interesting that people thought of it, but he brought in this method of experimentation and proving things. Okay, so you say, okay, you don't believe me, you do yourself, you can see it, right? Now you don't believe, you don't want to do it here, you do it somewhere else, you can see it. You can do it anytime, any space, any place. So it's kind of time invariant and space invariant, and person invariant results. Okay, and this is what Galileo brought in as modern science's method as. So now, of course, and you go fast forward, we can say 17th century, when then Newton, Leibniz, and many people come in and then transformed science in terms of theorization. Okay, a lot of theory came in, and after I think part of 17th century and 18th century is gone into the industrial revolution, and it's interesting to see that many really new concepts of science did not come out of at that time, but a lot of technology came, right? So there is such industrial revolution time. And then 19th century came Darwin, right? And then Darwin published this theory of evolution, and Gregor Mendel discovered the transmission of genetic traits. Okay, and it's great discoveries, okay, as important as the gravity, which was earlier. Okay, and then of course 20th century, we all know now. I think I'm sure even though you're young, you still know what about 20th century science was. Okay, and science it's just completely transformed, right? Everything was fast forward. Many things happened. Many people working on it. Science became institutionalized, right? Till Darwin, science was not institutionalized. Then Darwin was a priest. Okay, so and so is Gregor Mendel. Okay, they were all in theology and things like that. But their mind was of inquiry, so they just discovered many things. But science became institutionalized more in the late 19th and 20th century. Okay, so now with the 20th century, we got vast amount of knowledge. Okay, very large amount of knowledge, and then this knowledge also prompted specialization. Okay, and that is where we got into compartments. Okay, specialization, because you had so much knowledge, and not everybody could trace everything else, could understand everything else. So we had specialization. Okay, so now today modern science is a complex and diverse field. Okay, many areas. Okay, and many different areas, many questions, etc. And the boundaries of the science is still again diffusing out. Right, so we're going back to that thing now. You see that the big question which we asked today. Okay, the big questions we have to ask today are all questions which doesn't fit into one particular discipline. Right. Okay, and that is a point which I wanted to bring to you. I mean, some of you may be already working in many interdisciplinary areas. Okay, and and then some of you must be working actually in some very kind of conventional disciplines. But it doesn't matter. What is important for all PhD students is that to get the method of inquiry. Okay, get trained in that, right? And you are very good at that. And then tomorrow, what you do, you don't know, I don't know, right? So, and you should not know what you're going to do tomorrow. Okay. Any big problem comes to you, you should be able to take it up and tackle it, without saying that, oh, that is chemistry, I'm a computer scientist, or this is, mechanical engineering, I do electrical engineering kind of thing. No. You are interested in a problem, you should be able to tackle it, and you should have the ability to pick up what you want to pick up. Right. So that is the main objective. Right? So this is all I wanted to convey, and then just to now bring into some areas which you all know, and I'm sure many of you work in these areas here. Okay, and I just want to list some of them here, and you can tell me why this is obviously interdisciplinary. And the first thing you all know is climate change, right? Okay, whether it is any engineering or any science. Okay, every science and every engineering. Okay, every social movement. Okay, is connected to climate change and sustainability today, right? And you can't talk one from decoupled to other one, right? You probably can understand climate change without talking about sustainability, but you can't do anything about it. So you need to have, if you want to make a contribution, you have to have this couple, and this goes across. Okay, across. I'm saying hard sciences, and social sciences, and engineering. And I would think this is one of the big areas in which many contributions can come, And as young researchers who are getting trained, and this is something which you should think about, and where I can contribute in this. Okay, and what is interesting to me? Of course, you don't get into an area just because there are many problems there. You have to get also interested in it. Okay, that's what Professor Murthy just now told you. Okay, and then other thing is health science. Okay, and this is similarly very similar to climate science, climate science and sustainability is an area where you have sciences, engineering, and social sciences coming across. And we just saw that in the pandemic, right? Health sciences cannot be decoupled from social sciences. Okay. So again, I urge you to read, think about it, okay, and understand as much as possible, at least get a broad understanding of other areas than the deeper, one area in which you will go deeper, right? And you see how this particular knowledge I'm acquiring can be coupled to other things too. Okay, so and then energy, right? Energy, I'm sure many of you are already working here because I know many PMRF things have been given in the area of energy. So energy is an important area. Yeah. Okay, and then another area is biology. Okay, and this is I put in because I'm much interested in this area. Okay, and biology is an area in which again completely transformed today. Okay, starting from the things about I talked about Darwin, when Darwin did as an amateur, okay, and got into from actually he was interested in historical sciences, and then he came into discovering something which is very revolutionary, okay. And today biology is a completely interdisciplinary science where a lot of inputs from all disciplines, okay, goes into that, okay, right? I don't know if there's any biology people here. Okay, and so that is one area in which you can contribute a lot. I will talk, if I have the time, I may talk a few minutes on that, okay, because that is one area which I work on, okay. And then of course, biodiversity and ecosystems, okay, that is another one. Okay, and the area keep continuing. So I just give you a few examples, or to just tell you that just to think about it, and which is the area which I thought are important here, okay. Okay, now what are the challenges? Why do a lot of people talk about interdisciplinary work and etc. and not many people do it still, okay, even though people say they do it, okay. And as Professor Balram, once when I was a student, I listened to Professor Balram talking about, in one of the interdisciplinary meeting, and he said that, like people do interdisciplinary things so that they can go to chemistry department and say, I do physics, and physics department and say, I do chemistry, so that you don't have to know anything. Okay, so that is not the idea of here. Okay. So the biggest challenges in getting something done across discipline is first is communication. Because you go deep into one area, you pick up something from there. Okay, the way you talk about a subject, a lot of jargon. Okay, you go into something else. Okay, you don't understand what these people are talking about. Right? So communicating with a person who's in a different area is as difficult as communicating with somebody who is actually not in this country and somewhere else. Right? So it is almost a language barrier, literally a language barrier. So you have to put in a lot of effort, okay, and not lose heart in that. Okay. Okay. You went to a talk because you went to a talk in biology because you thought there is some interesting problem, and you didn't understand anything. Okay, fine. You don't understand anything because there were too many jargons, right? Okay. So, but that is not something which you should lose heart on. Okay, but this is something which you can pick up. I can tell you that you can pick up things by just reading, and it's not a problem at all. And communicating and talking to students and other workers in the area. And of course, time and resources. You are in one area, it's easy to pick up the next incremental problem and do things. Okay, right? You need less. If you want to pick up something completely from a different area and put in your thing there, you have to put in more time. Okay, and more resources also required. Okay, so that is another reason why people don't switch, because there's so much pressure, right? How many papers you publish, right? And where you publish. I just heard where you publish and what you publish. So there's a lot of pressure. Okay, of course. So you don't want to think about new problems. But the question again is, what is your contribution? So you can do a lot of such incremental work, problems, etc. But as young researchers, you must read other things and also see what is the pressing problem, and please work on the pressing problems. Okay, because your time is extremely important. Okay, and use the time effectively. Right? And for that, you need to also explore and then find out what is the pressing problems in the world, and then you look at that thing. Okay. And now different cultures and norms. Okay. And this is also true. Interdisciplinarity means dealing with different cultures. I don't know how many of you know this. Okay. The culture among physicists is very different from culture among biologists. Okay. And the culture among scientists is very different from culture of engineers. Okay. Right. We all know this. Okay, I think I'm seeing the front line here know this. Okay, I'm not talking about the back line. Okay, right? So how many of you have friends across departments? Okay, across disciplines. Very good. I'm very happy to see this. Okay, so that is where you should talk work, right? Okay, and then you see how they deal with work. Okay, but I'm very happy to see that you're all having friends across departments. Okay? And that friends should not be only for going for movies and things like that, or whatever you do these days, okay? But also for discussing science, right? And how you deal with things, right? It's a very different culture. Okay? And so that is also very important, okay, to do that. Okay. Now, of course, publication and evaluation, I don't spend much time on that. And of course, funding is a big issue. If you are an electrical engineer and then you apply for some funding in doing climate science, and there'll be lots of questions, and the funding agency might be reluctant to give you that. Okay, actually, something like climate science, maybe being interdisciplinary, it may be easier. If you're an electrical engineer and you want to do something in biology, okay, or medicine, it may be much harder. Okay, because the committee sitting there will be a medical community or a biology community. They will say, why is this electrical engineer trying to get our fund? Okay, right? Okay, so that's harder, but again, don't lose heart. Okay, it will come, and if you do good work, it will come. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. So now I just take 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes, just to tell you something about one area, which I said biology as an interdisciplinary area, because I work in that area. So I just wanted to bring you some glimpse of that. Okay, so if you look at biology, okay, what are the great ideas in biology was there? Okay, so that is one. It's like in chemistry or in physics, you say atom as a basic constituent of matter. Okay, and one of the greatest idea in biology was a cell, the biological cell as a basic structure or functional unit of life. Okay, so that is one great idea. Okay, and then the gene as mechanism of heredity. Okay, and this we have not completely absorbed the implication of that yet. Okay, because it's still a big area and a very active area. Okay, and what is this going to do tomorrow? We don't know really, right? Okay, so we are coming to a stage where you could, manipulate things and engineer things. Genetic engineering, you must have heard about that. Okay, so what are the implications of that? We still don't know. Again, this is an area in which a lot of social science and science engineering, everything comes together. Okay, now evolution by natural selection was another very big area. This is not exactly in the chronological order. I just putting in some ideas which is there. Okay, and this is another very big idea in biology. Okay, and then the last one I would say is life as chemistry. Okay. So now today we know life is just chemistry. Right? It's just some few molecules doing something together. Okay, so I think this is a great idea. Okay, and now that has changed a lot of the way we think about it. Okay, and a lot of people got interested in this because we say, okay, now life is just chemistry. I should be able to create life. Okay, right. Okay, so we are almost there. Okay, and we will be. I'm sure, and by the time you are in my age, you will see a completely different world. Okay, so now this is actually a book by Paul Nurse, which you should look at. If you get a chance, you should read it. The great ideas in biology. So one of the fundamental issues in cell biology is now in cell biology, because cell as a basic structure of functional unit, I put in because that is the oldest or the one of the great ideas in biology, and which is still a very active area. So one of the fundamental issues of cell biology is to understand how living cell translates physical and chemical process to management of information. Okay, now I put in this here saying that you look at the words used. Okay, now there are physical, there are chemical, and there is management, and there is information. Okay, now I'm sure here already there are many people who can look at that. Okay, right? So management of information, how cell uses information, is a very big area. Okay, and very challenging problem. We have very little knowledge about this. Okay, we talk about signaling in biology a lot. Okay, but what is this, and how does a cell know what it wants and what it does, what it should do? How does this whole signaling mechanism works? There's a lot of knowledge about the chemistry of that, okay, but how that is whole thing is controlled, okay, how this is the process works, it's still very little understanding. Okay, so I'm just putting in one saying that no, there is a very interdisciplinary area. Okay, now again, there can have two different views on this. When you change from one area to another, I talked to you about culture and language, etc. Okay, and there was a good friend of ours, Professor K.S. Krishnan. Okay, and when I was getting interested in biology, I had met him once. Okay, in TFR, and so he's actually a person who did MSc physics and moved into doing biology. Okay, and then he said this thing to me that physicists should come to biology, okay, but not to do physics, but to do biology. Okay, so that is one view of him. Okay, but on the other hand, there are people who think the other way around. He says, don't ask what physics can do for biology, and ask what biology can do for physics, because there's enough physics problems in biology. So if you go to interdisciplinary areas, there are two things. One is that you can make a good contribution because you have a different way of thinking. Okay, that's what Professor Krishnan actually meant when he said that what you do biology, but physicists should come, because we want people to think like a physicist and do biology, right? And similarly, you can have the thing that you have a lot of interesting problems which you can get from biology for you to do physics. Okay, I'm just giving you physics and biology as an example here because that's what I do work on. I'll just give you some example of this. Just talked about information and things, forces and flows, right? And forces and flows, I think all of us, all engineers and physicists and all do this, forces and flows. And here is a big problem in forces. We're using forces and flows, in which we can see and the development of an embryo, right? And you see how this is a Drosophila fly embryo, and how that one single cell, okay, which is fertilized, how it changes into finally a multiple cell organism, right? It's a single cell, right? Okay, how does it move and how the information flows in this? There are a lot. It's not just forces and flows. Flow, when I meant here, it is not just material flow. I'm also talking about information flow. Okay, right? There is a whole lot of things here in this thing. Okay, and here is a very nice video of on sensing and interference computing and decision making. Okay, and this is a white blood cell. Okay, actually chasing a bacterium. Okay, and you can see it's chasing it, right? So this is a cell, white blood cell. It's one single cell. It chases a bacterium. Okay, and finally it captures it and then it takes it in. Okay, so there is here sensing where it is. Okay, and then understanding what it is. Okay, and there is some computing mechanism inside, right, of the cell. Okay, and makes a decision that it wants to take it in. Right. So, and we know very little about all of this. Okay, right? How it does this thing. Okay? We know a lot of chemical molecular details of this, okay, but the whole process is still not done. I agree, life is chemistry, so there are a lot of molecular components here, okay, but we still don't know how it works. Okay, so this is something which is another one which I want to talk to you about. Okay, and now with all of this, for example, the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine in USA, okay, had actually done a survey of this and has come up with many questions which we can ask, like what is the physics problems organisms need to solve. Okay, this is one question which I posed. Okay, this is actually this year, 2022, last year. Okay, and how do living systems present and process information? Okay, and how do macroscopic functions of life emerge from interactions of many microscopic constituents? Okay. I said chemistry to this, right? And how do living systems navigate parameter space? So it's very interesting that the information, the physics problems that organisms have to solve depends very much on the scale and the length and time scales. Okay, but the problems of birds, a set of birds have to solve is very different from a set of bacteria has to solve. Okay, because they are in completely different Reynolds number and all of the things, right? So because they have to solve different problems. So how do they solve it? And there are questions like this, as I said, about information flow and decision making, etc. Okay, collective things. Okay, it's very interesting. So there is a whole report which has come out called Physics of Life, and the whole conclusion of this committee is that this is now come out as a new area of science. Okay, so this is, I think I should stop it here. Okay, and thank you all, and wish you very best. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the very good talk. We will not be able to take questions now, but sir will be here and you can definitely interact with him personally. Now, Professor K. Setupati will felicitate our speaker.
Yes, thank you. Thanks.
It took too much time. Huh?
Now I would request everyone to move towards the poster area. So this is the poster session for session 4 for broad area 7 and 8. Broad area 7 includes material sciences and metallurgical. Sorry. We'll first felicitate our panelists for thank you for being here with us. Professor Deepa Venkatesh will now felicitate our panelists. So now the poster session 4 will commence. This is for broad area 7 and 8. Broad area 7 includes material science and metallurgical engineering and mining engineering. Broad area 8 is physics. Another announcement for the next poster session, that is for chemistry, is that they should come and give the posters to our event management team. We'll be putting them up shortly.
Hello. Somebody there? Hello.
Professor Murthy,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
Yeah. No issues.
Yeah. We'll
Good afternoon.
just join. Your talk is scheduled at 12:30.
Yeah, it is already 12:30, right?
Yes. We will start in a minute, sir.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Thanks.
For those who have been reviewed, they can come back, right? All the participants who've already been reviewed are requested to come back to their seats. We will be starting our next invited lecture very soon.
We request those who are not presenting the posters, those who are not being evaluated in the posters, please come back.
Kindly be seated now if you're not presenting. So now we commence our next invited talk. Our next invited talk is by Professor J.N. Murthy, Director of ICER Trivandrum. I request Professor P. Swaminathan to introduce the invited speaker of the session. I request Professor Deepa Venkatesh to kindly introduce our invited speaker of the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor Murthy.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
It's a great pleasure to introduce you. I had the privilege to meet you some time back and understand your thought process in what quality is, how administration should be done, and so on. But let me just use this 1 minute to introduce you to the audience.
Sure.
Professor Murthy received bachelor's and master's degree from Bangalore University, PhD from IISc Bangalore. He was serving as a professor in the Department of Chemistry in IIT Kanpur before joining as a director in ICER Thiruvananthapuram. He is an organic chemist with interests in a range of areas, including organic photochemistry, supramolecular chemistry, organic materials, mechanistic organic chemistry. Right now, he is located in one of the biggest organic chemistry conferences in Aurangabad, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And he's in recognition of his contributions in chemistry. He has been awarded the prestigious Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize and the J.C. Bose National Fellowship. He has won several other accolades, and he has been a visiting professor in institutions across Japan, France, and Germany. We are looking forward to listening to you, and thank you for taking your time out of your conference schedule and giving us time for this. Over to you, Professor Murthy.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Deepa Venkatesh. Can I share the screen? Right? I'll share the screen.
Yes, you should be able to share the screen.
Yeah. Okay, here I am. So can you see this? Can you see the slides, I suppose?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
great. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. I think the Prime Minister Research Fellowship recipients, I feel myself privileged to have this opportunity to address you, because the PMRF fellowship recipients is looked at as a basically an elite band of students with very high motivational levels and skills. I believe that the country will have several of you in time to come, basically sort of assuming key positions in the country and practicing science, right? I'm just reminded of something that I heard in Russia about 10 years back. I was in one of the conferences, and one of the speakers had this 15-minute slot, and he came up to the dais and said, well, if I'm asked to sort of give a talk for 1 hour, I am ever ready to talk about. But if I'm asked to give a talk for 15 minutes, I am never ready. I think that is the kind of situation that I'm precariously faced with. What do I talk about in 15 minutes? Where do I start and where do I end? Is the dilemma that I'm really caught up with, right? I gave this title, Interdisciplinary Science and an Emergent Paradigm. I didn't say this as an emerging paradigm. To me, that it has already emerged. So what actually is it, right? Let me sort of take you through in the next 15 minutes. I'm not sure if what I have prepared is going to be over in 10 minutes, or what I have prepared probably will overshoot your 15 minutes of allotted time. But anyway, this is the outlook of my talk. So let us look at it. As Professor Deepa Venkatesh basically introduced, I'm a chemist by profession, in particular an organic chemist. I thought let us sort of look back on how chemistry has evolved and over the years, and how are we presently faced, and where is the present day chemistry really headed? What are the challenges, and what can be the innovative solutions? What is this interdisciplinary research? How important is it, and how necessary is it, right? I said, let us accept this. There have been radical developments, and we all should accept in the last 20 or 30 years, the developments in technological advancements has basically sort of accelerated everything, right? There's a higher level of understanding of fundamental aspects of any subject today, because there's abundant literature that is produced. There's a sophistication in terms of technological tools to address any problems in science. There's an increasing number of practitioners across the globe. Every year, there's a large number. And at times, the inventions are driven by necessity. The quest for better insights, all the time we would like to update ourselves with more and better insights about any process or phenomenon. And of course, at the same time, we are faced with challenges which demand solutions, right? All this has led to a great change, and the science is practiced today in a different way, right? As chemists, we can reflect and worry about, or sort of spend a while on how chemistry has evolved. As I said, I'm an organic chemist. It's a very crowded kind of a PPT, the slide, but bear with me. But this is a representative of all sciences, I would say, all organs of chemistry, I would say. There's basically organic chemistry, but same can be extended to inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, theoretical chemistry, and whatnot. They just to sort of reflect the notion or give you a feeling how swiftly the science has evolved over years. So if you pause a while and worry about when was this first organic molecule was synthesized, this was in 1828, as we all know, right? So let me take the pointer. right? This was in 1828, the first organic molecule. Come to 1865, which was when basically an aromatic compound, the Kekule came up with basically a hexagonal structure with alternating or oscillating double bonds. Come to 1901, Van 't Hoff showed that a carbon, a tetrahedral carbon, if all the substituents are different, you can have the so-called optical isomerism. And subsequent 30 to 40 years basically was full of mechanistic organic chemistry. Ingold went on to tell us as to what basically electrophile and nucleophile are like, and demonstrated the nucleophilic SN1, SN2, elimination E1, E2, and such reactions, mechanisms. Along the same time, of course, Hammett was concerned with the physical aspects of reactions and equilibria. And he showed to the world that based on linear free energy relationships, the substituents have, exert tremendous amount of influence, and came up with a correlation. In other words, what are called as, the Hammett substituent constants, to tell the world as to how the substituents can be put on basically a quantitative scale. And he's the one who's basically sort of pictured as a person who has heralded the so-called physical organic chemistry, bringing physics into the realm of chemistry. Well, R.B. Woodward worked on sort of pulling together smaller molecules and constructing larger structures of molecules, and demonstrated to the world what is an art of organic synthesis. And he was awarded the Nobel Prize by 1965. And at the same time, understanding of reactions basically sort of extended, and the reactions that do not involve any intermediacy of the so-called reactive intermediates like carbocations, carbanions, radicals, carbenes, etc., were recognized, and they were termed pericyclic reactions. And a firm, solid background, theoretical foundations were laid by Fuchs and Ronald Hoffman, and who were sort of recognized with Nobel Prize in 1981. Around 1970s, Peterson had this discovery of, a 18 crown capturing basically the cation, which sparked the area of molecular recognition. Cram and John Maryland jumped into it, and the so-called molecular recognition sort of evolved as a new area, and of course expanded over time as what is called today as a supramolecular chemistry. This was in 1988. By 1990, if you look at organic chemistry, the heart of organic chemistry is all about making molecules. And Corey showed that if you have target structures, the target structures can be dissected into smaller bits in a very, very well-defined fashion. And what is called as a retrosynthetic analysis, he demonstrated. By 2001, of course, even optically active chiral molecules can be synthesized. The art was demonstrated by three gentlemen, William Knowles, Nayori, and Sharpless, the only person to have gotten the one of the 4 or 5 people that have gotten Nobel Prize 2 times. This was in 2001, Sharpless. Then subsequently, of course, it's a history. Then we had this metathesis. Of course, this can be sort of brought under inorganic chemistry, who developed transition metal kind of catalysts. And of course, CC bond coupling reactions based on palladium 0 by the Suzuki and others. This is about organic chemistry. As I said, this is only representative. What applies here applies equally well in other genres of chemistry as well. For example, this in inorganic chemistry. It was only in 1890s that Werner came up with theory of coordination compounds. And Haber's process sort of came to light only in 1910. And I'll talk about this Haber's process at a later time. And I'm not to talk about intervening ones, but let me quickly go through. Then we have this Ziegler-Natta catalysis entering into the picture. Of course, Wilkinson's reduction and whatnot in 1970s. The inorganic chemistry exploded as well. And zip through, then we had this at 2005, the transition metal chemistry being recognized. 1970s, boron and phosphorus chemistry coming into the picture. And 2019, lithium-ion batteries being rewarded with Nobel Prize. Turn to theoretical chemistry. Up until 1800, 1900, it was all empirical science. Became a theoretical science by 1950. And of course, the computations up until 2000. Now, data sciences have entered even into the realm of science as well. Now, this is what is thought. the development of high throughput data-based approaches have provided new frameworks to efficiently evaluating the properties. After all, any theory that you do, the ultimate goal is only this: evaluating the properties of thousands of candidate materials and molecules to accelerate discovery, prediction, and understanding the properties of chemical systems. At the end of it, it is a theory. I can talk about even physical chemistry as well, but suffice it to say, well, the chemistry has evolved really rapidly in about 100, 120 years. And if you look back in the last 20 years, the development is pretty much as what it was from over a period of 100 years. All of a sudden, I think we have basically sort of the acceleration is pretty high in terms of the research, in terms of the understanding of any phenomena or process. Now you can worry about, okay, well, we have acquired all the skills in chemistry. We can probe anything. We can make any molecules. What next? So what has happened in the last 20 years? So I thought the best way to sort of get this point across to you is to talk about some gentlemen whose work basically has been recognized in the last 5 years. So these are the 3 gentlemen who were recognized with a Nobel Prize for their astounding science in the last, I would say, from 2000 onward, right? Here is Jean-Pierre Sauvage, of course, spent a considerable number of years, and James Fraser Stoddart and Ben Feringa. What is it that they did? They imagined systems beyond those that can be found in the nature. They targeted accessing systems like molecular catenanes, molecular lifts, right? Molecular machines, rotaxanes, and whatnot. Molecular nano cars can be really power molecules in the way electric motors were sort of discovered or invented in 1830. And today we are basically sort of aiming to send rockets, or we are sending rockets into space. So in other words, 200 years has meant from the time that the electric motors were sort of invented, we have moved to the levels of basically sending the rockets into space. Now, this is the kind of corollary that imagination that I would want to stretch in your mind. If you are talking about molecular nanorobots now, who knows after 200 years where this chemical science is headed? That is the level that we are operating. So this is what I said in my outlook. I would like to give you a glimpse into the kind of science that is chemical science that is being practiced today. So let me sort of take you through this small video, right? I hope I can play this. Oh my God. Maybe I have to exit here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Wait for 30 seconds, yeah. Yeah, the future may give us molecular nanobots, which would enable, specific targeted delivery of drugs. Who knows, right? That was 2016. Now turn to 2022. We just had a few months back the Nobel Prize to these 2 gentlemen and a woman scientist for the so-called click reaction. There is basically like a click. What actually is it? What they showed was that if you have a molecule with a functional group like azide and an alkyne, if these 2 are brought together in the presence of a copper metal ion, they basically sort of give rise to a click. I mean, the reaction occurs and leading to this kind of a triazole, In other words, there's a way by which two molecules can be brought together in a very facile manner and create molecules. This chemistry was taken forward by Caroline Bertozzi. And what she did was that, as a chemist, she moved into the biology realm. This is basically to tell you the direction in which the chemical science is moving. It's no longer the chemistry. I will come to that. So she wanted to sort of perform chemical reactions on cells. So cells have on their, cell layer, you have so-called what are called as a glycans. And the glycans, she showed that can be functionalized with some kind of a azide functionality like here. And she conceived an alkyne that is very, very strained. Normally, acetylenes with a triple bond basically tend to be linear. But if you cyclize it, there's a bond angle bending strain that is built into the molecule. She showed that if you have such molecules, you don't need a copper catalyst, and they readily react with this kind of a triazole functionality, and you can have the systems functionalized. And if you have a fluorescent molecule tagged to this kind of a cyclic alkyne, then you are basically talking about a tagged system that is hooked onto the cell, which will allow such cells to be sort of visually seen by fluorescence. In other words, you're basically dealing with tagging a cell virtually with chemical reactions. And such a kind of chemistry has a lot of applications. For example, exploring how biomolecules interact with cells. The science is all that, right? Of course, the art of creating molecules has relevance in terms of the pharmaceutical development, DNA sequencing, development of more functional materials and whatnot. Now we can basically question what actually is chemistry and how chemistry has become the so-called science. Now we speak of basically chemical science. So if chemistry has to be defined, and chemistry attempts both to understand the structures and characteristics at a minute details at atomic and molecular levels. And if you have such kind of understanding, the chemistry attempts to create new compounds with predefined properties and functions. So it was in 1953, the double helical structure was basically found for DNA. And that was the time it was signaled that chemistry has entered into the realm of life sciences. The decoding of the human genome in 2003 has heralded a new era. That is what is called as a chemical science, right? If we can, of course, with the technological developments, we do now have structural details in a precise manner. And if we can understand this, we can worry about probing the interactions between large biopolymers and small organic molecules. After all, these are the interactions that control several processes in the living organisms. If we can develop that understanding, who knows, probably we have some kind of we can worry about elucidating the mechanisms of cell functions and perhaps even the human thought and memory, right? That is what chemical science today is about, right? Having sort of accepted that the chemical science has come to that level, I think your generation should worry about what are the major challenges that the humankind is faced with. Any scientific development at the end of the day has to address the problems that are relevant to us, the humankind, the society. So what are the problems? Of course, we can talk about n number of them, starting off with basically the climate change, water and whatnot. But let me limit myself to three of this: molecular basis of disease and aging. If we have some information, our knowledge has basically sort of risen to that level, can we now worry about the genesis of disease? What actually makes us more immune? How does basically biological system acquires immunity? And such questions involving even neuroscience, developmental biology, and whatnot. But let me not talk about that. But let me sort of take some 2-3 examples to sort of leave you with the challenges that we are posed with, so that you get back home with an idea of the kind of skills and the level of understanding of science that is expected of you if you want to sort of take on world level challenges that the humankind is faced with. For example, the foremost is alternative energy advancement. We all demand quality life all the time. Sophistication is order of the day. Everybody wants to sit in an AC room. Everybody wants to sort of move about in vehicles. All this has meant everywhere at every level energy. The energy is largely coming from fossil fuels, right? And here is a picture. And what we generate is nothing. Oil and natural gas. So, if you look at and incisively analyze, these are all basically the chemicals deposited, got harvested, the energy from the from the sun got harvested and trapped in molecules in the form of bonds and got deposited in the Earth's crust, which is what now we are sort of pumping out and using. And oil makes up to about 35% of our consumption. Natural gas makes up to about 21%, coal 23.5%, nuclear and all that are basically abysmally small. Out of all this, only 11% is basically the renewable, right? Every year, these are actual numbers of 2020. We extract a cell about 1,388 million tons of fossil fuel derived raw materials, of which 575.8 million tons of secondary reactants, etc. Only 31% of the raw materials is transformed into useful products, which means close to 70% is sort of released as a waste, right? And this is what is called as a linear consumption, right? We use whatever we want, rest is basically, allowed to be lost. Can we sustain this? I said this, the fuel, how is this fuel formed? It's all basically organic matter. And bond formation, everything occurred by exploitation of the solar energy and over hundreds and hundreds of years and got deposited. That we are burning in no time. Can this be sustainable? Can this be sustained? If sustainability, if I have to define, it's all about ensuring that our future generations can have what we have today. But if we keep depleting whatever resources that we have, think about it, our future generations will be left with nothing. And it's all the more important. This is what education should give us. This is what our higher understanding should allow us to think about, not ourselves, but also about the future generations and the world around us. This is where we've got to make basically the science basic circular, not linear. What I mean is, it's all about basically sort of, you have some molecules, enjoy. While you enjoy, reuse as much as possible. And what you have reused, remake or reconvert. And having reconverted, worry about recovery. Once you recover and remake, which is when basically if you can set up this loop, you can have circularity. And this circularity can be turned into circular economy. Let me sort of demonstrate this to you. CO2 is no longer a waste. Of course, every industry gives out so much of this. Of course, we burn fuel, right? And can we really capture the CO2? And with the aid of hydrogen, if you can have this through solar energy, break this particular, generate hydrogen, and you can basically bring in CO2 and hydrogen, can convert that into, let us say, a methanol, which becomes a fuel, and you can power as energy. And once you use that energy, because you destroy the bonds, the energy by breaking the bonds is what is liberated. And again, in the presence of oxygen, you convert CO2, and CO2 again basically comes into this loop and it becomes a circular economy. Our country is really lacking. And here is a picture of basically the kind of projects that are funded across the world. And if I may draw your attention to this, in England, in India, we have only one or two projects basically on carbon capture, CO2 capture, storage, and utilization. It's what is called as a CCSU. This was the data in 2019, but of course, in the last 2 years, basically there has been some focus in our country. Probably this number has risen, right? Now, hydrogen. You need hydrogen to convert CO2, but how do you get hydrogen, right? Can we use incessant energy that we have from the sun through some way, split water, and develop basically hydrogen that can be stored and can be used as a fuel and for domestic use and whatnot. And of course, with water, again, you have this circularity brought into picture. And once you have the hydrogen, we can use the, resort to fuel cells and power ourselves. Now, the question is, what are those? We need materials which bring about the splitting at the anode and cathode, oxidation of water at the anode, and of course, reduction of H+ at the cathode to give rise to H2, right? Efficiency. And of course, you cannot resort to basically discuss metals and earth abundant materials is what we need. And at the end of the day, whatever hydrogen that you produce has got to be cost effective as well. That's one aspect of the problem that the world is faced with. The second is we use plastic everywhere, right? The gadgets everywhere. And in fact, every cell phone has so many precious, basically metals. And these are fast getting depleted from the earth's crust. And once they're distributed in minute way, there is no way of recovering, right? We got to worry about it if you want to sort of make sure that our future generations enjoy what we are enjoying today. If that has to be done, up until 2000, we worried about very fast and economic processes for polymerization. Now we are worrying about depolymerization. You remember the circularity that I showed you, right? You make a material, reuse it, but then recover and see if you can again brought back into the loop, and which is what it is. If we have plastic, can we really depolymerize this plastic? How do we do this? And which is where a huge industries are set up for converting the polymer into monomers again reprocess into polymers in a different way and bring up this particular loop. Let us look at some more problems, one or two more problems. Haber's process was in 1913, which sort of helped the world cope with the food shortage. It continues to. In fact, today, 100 million tons of nitrogen fertilizer is produced annually through Haber-Bosch process alone. And this is a realistic number. I've heard at least about 4 to 5 places by experts. And ammonia synthesis alone is consuming about 3 to 5% of the global fossil fuel consumption. Amazing it is, even after about 110 plus years, we don't have an equivalent of Haber's process. Everything is done at very high temperature. The way that we do is basically take methane and water, do a steam reforming, generate hydrogen. Hydrogen and nitrogen is brought up around 400 to 500 degrees at about 100 to 300 atmospheres of pressure to make ammonia. Can we really come up with a facile chemical process whereby we don't have to expend so much of energy? It's a really global problem. And you would be saving about 3 to 5% of the global energy consumption if you can come up with the technology. Of course, the nature does it brilliantly, right? Can we mimic that? Can we have an artificial photosynthesis whereby water is basically oxidized at anode, and then, of course, at cathode, photocathode, by using the sunlight, you reduce basically the H+ to hydrogen. Can we do this? Right? This is the level of science that we are concerned with. The problems require, as you can see, not expertise in one particular area. That's why I said chemical science. So the typical borders that we know of as organic, inorganic, physical, analytical, all these have disappeared. Is almost like blurred, right? And to sort of challenge or address the current day scientific problems, one ought to have a repertoire of knowledge and skills in a wide variety of areas and systems, which is what I want you all to be aware of and equip yourself as you pursue your PhD and emerge as as scientists of tomorrow. It's very important that you have excellent proven profile in a core domain. You're chosen to be a chemist, right? You should have that expertise in your chemistry area, but at the same time, you have to sort of absorb and allow yourself to learn various other things and other disciplines as well. The most important thing is that you must develop the ability to communicate across disciplines. It's just not enough to know. If you have to talk to a biologist, you have to know the language that they understand. They speak. That is when you can basically sort of take chemistry into biology or bring biology into chemistry, right? Across disciplines with the domain knowledge and language of other disciplines is a must. Of course, as you emerge as scientists, you must develop clear-cut ideas as to the science that you want to be concerned with. I want you all to prepare, plan, and fashion your future to be able to help your cause and the society as a scientist. And before I leave, I want to sort of give you this advice. as I said at the outset, right, you are basically viewed as an elite band of basically researchers with high motivational levels and skills and intelligence. If you don't have passion for research, leave, don't pursue. Much is expected from you. You must realize, or you must question yourself, where do your passion or where do your interests basically resonate? Where does your heart, what does your heart resonate with? Do you like doing something or you don't like doing something? Don't do what you don't like. If there is no passion, you will not succeed in science. So embrace what you like. And I'm sure once you have that passion, that's when you advance. And I want you to sort of emerge as very, very competent and future-ready scientists, right? With that, if you have any questions, of course, I'll be pleased to address. I'm not sure about the time. I think I certainly have overshot. Sorry, Professor Deepa.
Thank you, sir. It was really a ride from history, evolution of chemistry, and how chemistry impacts economy and circular economy, right? I've covered a really wide gamut of things. Any one quick question from any audience? I know you are also getting delayed for your afternoon
No
program.
issues.
Is there any one quick question we can take from the audience? I think you have left them with a lot of things to think about. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
There is as a token of appreciation, we have this memento, which we are giving you. Now,
Sure.
this will reach your office very
Thank
soon.
you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
Bye.
May I please have your attention? Scholars from broad area 9 and 10 will be evaluated from 1:30 p.m. So please be ready for that. And everyone else can reassemble, and then please reassemble over here at 3:30 p.m. for the concluding session. The best poster awards from each area will be announced at 3:30 p.m. over here. Is Professor Sachin Kumar over here? Okay, he's there. Yes, he's there. This. Scholars from session 4 are also requested to wrap up now. Scholars from broad area 9, please note that the evaluations have begun. Please be near your posters. The scholars who are not presenting right now are requested to take their feedback forms from the registration desk. Please fill it by the end of the day and put it in a box over there. Please fill the forms and place it in the same place that you picked it from. The feedback forms are in the registration desk. You're now requested to go and have tea. The tea is served outside. You can have tea now. Thank you. We'll be starting the last session shortly. Please remember to take the feedback forms and submit it at the registration desk. Welcome back, everyone. We will now commence the last session of this symposium. So we are now starting the concluding session for this symposium. Thank you for being here with us during these 2 days. I now invite Professor Deepa Venkatesh to come on stage.
Good evening. Can I get everyone's attention? The scholars. So we first call upon the panelists of the last session. Is Professor Jailal here? Request you to felicitate the panelists. Professor Chand. Professor Krishnamurthy. Professor Chand from IIT Madras, Professor Krishnamurthy from BHU. And Professor Debamalya Banerjee and Professor Sachin, they are hiding behind and deciding the poster results. So we will wait for them. Yeah, so we'll just we'll call them a little later. There's some announcements, answers to many questions that PMRFs have been asking several volunteers. First, regarding reimbursement of the registration fee. So you would have used a bank account or some electronic method to transfer the funds. So all those who participated will get back that fund money through the same mode of e-transfer. It may take a week or so for us to consolidate, give it to the bank and the respective agencies. But as soon as it is done, we will send an email to you so that you come to know and you can check and let us know. Okay. The next question is about participation certificate. So we will issue a participation certificate based on your role, highlighted poster or participant, and it will be sent to you as an email. Okay, e-certificate will be sent to you. Jailal, again, I would like to felicitate Jailal because he is a nodal coordinator and we have been, and the subject coordinator. And as you have seen, he has been the key organizer for this event. We have the workshop starting in a couple of minutes. Yes, so we found the other panelists also now. Professor Sachin, can I request Professor Sachin and Professor Debamalya to come on stage and Professor Jailal also to come on stage and felicitate them. They just literally completed a last minute work. Give them the... In the meantime, to the... Okay, Professor Sachin, IIT Delhi. Special thanks to Sachin because he, the person who was supposed to come from IIT Delhi could not make it last minute, and he literally in the last minute he booked his ticket and came. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thanks a lot, Professor Debamalya, for staying for 2 days and giving feedback to our scholars. There is a feedback form that is available to all the scholars. Did you get it? Did you get the feedback forms? Is it given? Okay, volunteers are circulating it. Please, it's very descriptive. So write your stories. You don't have to write your names or institutes, but write your experience and please give it back either now at the venue or after the workshop. Okay, volunteers will be there. Please give it back. Needless to say, for any questions, comments, feedback, feel free to write to us, PMRF support at SMail or NCC convener at SMail. Now, time for announcing the results. So, and where are the prices? Do we have prices? Yes. Can I request senior faculty sitting in the front row to please come on stage and give away the prizes? Professor Ghosh, Professor Paul Raj. Please. In fact, one from each broad area would be good. From chemistry, please. Yeah. So for civil engineering, and the prize goes to Shall I say PMRF ID or name? Okay, from civil engineering, the prize goes to M. Selvam for the title Development of Framework to Simulate Field Compaction of Roller Compacted Concrete Pavement in the Laboratory, IIT Madras. Selvam here. Selvam is not here, so he doesn't get the prize. Mechanical engineering, Piyush Patra, role of particle flow interactions in cloud microphysics. Have Piyush here. Nobody interested in prize? No. I also know him. Mechanical engineering, there is a second prize to Gaurav Sharma, flow-induced vibrations, IIT Bombay. Yes, Gaurav, come on. I request one of, yeah, please do. Maybe from that side. Any, Professor Ghosh. Computer science and engineering, data science and mathematics. GSM Rishikesh Reddy, IISc Bangalore. Using graph theory to create new quantum states. And Anand Krishna, achieving NV freeness with limited subsidies with dichotomous valuations. Congratulations. Electrical engineering, electronics engineering. Vivek Kumar Srivastava, IIT Ropar. Work on planar switching integrated quadrant coil antenna for misalignment insensitive wireless power transfer system. Congratulations. Arjun BS, IISc Bangalore, the second award. Towards indigenous intraoperative probe integrated with MEMS-based sensors for brain tumor delineation. Chemical engineering, textile engineering, Harishankar S, IIT Madras. Renewable fuels and chemicals from waste feedstocks via hydrothermal liquefaction. Biomedical engineering, biological sciences, agricultural sciences. Deepak Kushlani, IIT Kanpur. Regulation of cellular transport probed by super resolution microscopy. We have Deepak. We can recycle, please. Yes, yes. Oh, you want yourself to be recycled? I thought you can. Material Science and Metallurgical Engineering, Mining Engineering. Dipanvita Bhattacharjee, IIT Bombay, Transport and Self-Fusel Compound. Okay, now this is very difficult for me. Zirconium, Ni is what? Nickel. Sn is what? Tin. Congratulations. She wants to say, no. What's that? Say that again. Zirconium nickel tin. Zirconium nickel tin. That's what I said also. Yeah. Physics, Sebin Joseph Sebastian, ISA Thiruvananthapuram, in quest of identifying new spin liquid materials. Chemistry, Debasena Chakraborty, IISc Bangalore. Selective separation of planar and non-planar hydrocarbons using an aqueous PD6 interlocked cage. We have one more award for chemistry. Kaushik Patra, IIT Madras, divergent reactivity of nitrogen activated. I'm not going to read this and embarrass myself. Kaushik, can you tell your title correctly?
Divergent reactivity of inactivated pyridines towards fluorine-rich molecule and cage tertiary amines.
That was not difficult. Okay, and last but not the least, interdisciplinary sciences. Where are? This one. Okay, Gauri Prasad, IIT Madras, data-driven culture-specific rhythm in percussion pattern analysis in Indian art music. So that brings us to the end of the best poster announcements. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much. To all PMRFs, I have only one thing to say. Remember what Professor Bhaskar said about prizes and awards. Okay, so you keep doing your work. I'm sure all of you are doing excellent work. Not just who are here. There are 2,000, close to 2,500 PMRF scholars. All are in the pursuit of excellence, and please continue to do so, and wish you all the best. Like to have a big round of applause for all the PMRFs. And one more bigger round of applause for the volunteers of this program. You're now ready to go to the workshops. So you have signed up for workshops. So please try to stick to the same workshop because these numbers have gone to the respective teams. The workshop on entrepreneurship will be held here. So please stay back here. Workshop on IEP and patenting will be held in CS department, CS 25. Who is a volunteer? Danish is a volunteer who will take you to CS 25. And the third workshop is on teaching and learning. That is in the Teaching Learning Center, top floor of library building, Central Library Building. Who is a volunteer for that? There. So we will not reconvene here. So It's really happy to have you all here. Wish you all the best.
Before we go, I think we all stand a standing ovation to our dear madam. She has done a dynamism. Within short period, she made this a wonderful event for all the volunteers and others. Thank you. Really, it's a very nice.
Thank you so much. Those who are not going for the workshop still have to submit the feedback form, including the senior faculty and junior faculty and young people and old people, everyone. Thank you. Homework. But program is not over. Workshop is still happening.
All the people who have registered for the entrepreneurship workshop are requested to settle down now. We will be starting the workshop shortly. Round table. Okay. Please come and sit in the front on the round tables so that we are able to interact with the speaker more closely. Please note that the feedback forms are to be given at the registration desk after this. The registration desk. Sorry. The forms are supposed to be submitted at the help desk, not the registration desk, the help desk right over here on this floor. Round table. All the registrants for the entrepreneurship workshop, please come to the front, even occupy these front sofas. All registrants are requested to come to the front seats and sit now. We are starting the workshop. Please be seated. More settle down. Please occupy the front sofas and the round tables.
Okay, once again, good evening. All those who have come for, would you like them to be seated in the round tables, or is this seating okay? Round tables better? Don't hide. Actually, this is such a close arrangement that nobody can hide. Except for people who are sitting here, I can't see from here. So the speaker can't see because this is blocking. So those who are sitting here should either come to this round table. This is fine. There is no problem. But this two sofas. Okay. So we are really glad to have this workshop. This is there are 3 workshops organized, and we sent out forms to the scholars to see which one they would like to. Almost 30%, 30%, 30% is the result of that. Statistics works very well. So to introduce GDC, who has kindly agreed to conduct this workshop for us. GDC is Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. It is an alumni-funded center for innovation and entrepreneurship, completely alumni-funded. The funding has come from, as the name indicates, it has come from 3 illustrious alumni of IIT Madras, Dr. Desh Deshpande, Gururaj Deshpande, Mrs. Jayashree Deshpande, and Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. A trivia, the lab that I work on, it's called the Deshpande Center as well. Probably in 2001 or so, that's the building was funded by them. I'm glad to be occupying that space. That is, our center still, our building is still called the Deshpande Center. But this Deshpande Center, that was for telecom at that time, right? This one, they work with STEM universities to implement an innovative lab to market mission. We professors are extremely bad at selling our technology or creating startups, etc. For us, knowledge is free. Like what Professor Krishna Kumar yesterday was mentioning. We don't, many of us, I can't say us now because I've started changing, transforming. Believe, at least in the past, we used to believe that knowledge is free, it should be published. But there are now, it's an eye-opening. Centers like this are opening our eyes to see how to go about doing this and why it is important to take your lab to market. And obviously, the ultimate goal, I think, for the country itself is also to get to the Atmanirbharata. And it is not a trivial thing to for us to trivialize the work that we are doing, saying this is known and so people should be able to do it. Right? But at the same time, there's also another class of us professors who think that what we are doing is extremely great, and the customer is not ready to take our great technology, but we have to be brought down to ground level and say that this is not what is required, this is what is required. Right? So either way, we need training in and we need sensitization. When I say we, I'm talking for not just for students, for professors also. Right? And so thanks to the GDC Center for organizing this. And we are extremely glad to have Mr. Raghutama Rao, fondly called as Raghu, who is the CEO of this center, and Mr. Subramaniam, who are going to jointly conduct this session. Mr. Rao is a former chief mentor of ICRA, the credit rating and analytical firm in South Asia, which is a subsidiary of Moody's. His last executive role was as an MD and CEO of IMAX. It's a management consulting business founded by him as a subsidiary of ICRA. It has operating footprint over 20 countries. So it's not just talking about India, it's talking about 20 other countries. I will not drag this introduction. I will request Mr. Rao to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa, for a very generous introduction. I know this is the fag end of a grueling 2 days. So let me try and make it, let me say, let's have a dialogue. I know this is not very conducive to have a dialogue. The acoustics of this room is a little iffy, but we'll manage, right? So my objective, in talking to scholars, and I think all of you are PhD scholars, very eminent and I would say very elite, and rightly so, right? GDC is meant for people like you. Let me say that at outset, right? And I'll explain that during the course of my talk, why it is meant for you and faculty. I mean, I look at PhD and PhD scholars and faculty in the same light, right? Eventually, you're cut with the same DNA, right? I'm a diehard corporate guy. Come back to academia, and now I've started immersing myself into it. I'm like one of you now. Right. Quick show of hands. How many of you want to be entrepreneurs? I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised also, because I guess you stayed back because of that. So there's a selection bias in my question and answer. But what proportion of the batch here are you? 20%? Is that a fair number? Of the number of people who came here, 20%? Yeah, okay, pretty good. All right, what I thought I'll do is, I hope this works, yeah? Can you read? Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about R&D ecosystem. I think this is probably known to some of you guys, but helps build a perspective as to why GDC exists. I'll talk a little bit about deep tech startups. You've come to IIT Madras, so be prepared to hear about technology, deep tech. You're all deep tech guys, right? So this is your area. And we'll talk about them in slightly different vein from the way probably you look at it in your lab and research. I'll talk a little bit about GDC. The idea is to, because it's a little esoteric concept. And in fact, when I joined, Subbu was responsible to get me here into this job. I was a very reluctant customer, and I had to be collared into the job, right? But I see that in retrospect, it's really essential for something like what India is seeking to do. And therefore, it is a concept which I think all researchers should go through, whether they embrace it or not, but it's a concept well worth understanding. And I'll talk a little bit about what commercialization of research means. It's very, very poorly understood. Professor Venkatesh mentioned it in the passing, but it's a hard concept. All right. This is very busy graph has one poor outcome that it conveys. Our R&D in this country is very low as a percentage of GDP for the kind of country we are, the size, the complexity, the problems we have. and the aspiration that we have as a nation and in the world. We are in the G20 world. We're the whatever we're the president or whatever that means, right? So it's been about 0.7% and stagnant, relatively speaking, right, as a percentage of GDP. Now, when you look at GERD, that is gross expenditure of R&D at a country level, we are one of the lowest in the world. You know, that's not a very good place to be. So, I mean, only countries like Mexico and maybe Brazil or South Africa or something come close, but even they are ahead. So you see countries of our size and complexity of this, you know, they are much ahead of us. Countries, I somehow missed South Korea here. South Korea is also 3.5%, right? So when you look at countries like Japan, South Korea, Israel, Germany, you know, the countries which are known for innovation, see where they are. They are multiples of our level relative to GDP, right? So that's how we are saying. And if you want to reach a $10 trillion economy, which is like a very aspirational thing bandied around, there's no way we can get there in quick time as we are aspiring unless we invest in this. You can't plod your way to 10 trillion growth. I mean, then it'll be like 2,100. You know, that's not what we are talking about. You want to reach in the next 10, 20 years, then there has to be an investment of a kind. And that's the importance of this at a very macro level, right? So you can see the per capita GDP spends is very low, even compared to countries which, you know, we are ahead of, and we'd like to think of in terms of scientific prowess, right? Like Brazil and Russia and all that. So there's lots of catching up to do, all right? And unfortunately, the ratio has been coming down last 3 years, right? So not a good story. Maybe we had other pressing matters like COVID and all that. So understandable, right? So, but we'll kind of lose a battle to win the war. That's an acceptable philosophy, so we'll go ahead with this. Now, where does the money get spent? So this figure is about 5 years old, 4 years old, but it gives you an illustration. 80% of our money of R&D goes in government labs, right? Corporate India is underrepresented. Somehow we don't spend enough. If you look at higher educational institutions, you know, which is where we are, that's 6.8%, very small, 10,000 crores or 9,000 crores. That's the annual spend of R&D, you know, which is funding all your projects, your PhD, this, that, everything is coming out of, maybe you're getting it out of the PM's fund, maybe you're elite, but you know what I'm saying. The message is, there's not enough going around for R&D. We got to up this, right? As the national level, it's recognized, not that it is not, but that comes with a catch. And that's what we will talk about. 8 government labs account for nearly 2/3 of R&D spend. DRDO, Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy, Agriculture Research, CSIR, all that. Educational institutions like us and probably many others that you are in, typically STEM colleges, they get their grants through DST and DBT and maybe one of the other ones, right? So it's about the 10,000 crores come from here. So really we're talking of very small amounts of money, right? Composition of R&D employees. I'm throwing a lot of stats at you. I don't even know if this is visible, but let me. It's a statistics from OECD, which talks about total R&D personnel per million inhabitants. India is really poor. And the chart, the data to take away from here is how is Indian R&D different from other countries, OECD countries is, in OECD, that is the developed world, the 38th most developed world in the world, that's called the OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. They have something like 50% of their personnel in industry, whereas ours is much lower. Most of our research happens in the public sector. Nothing wrong with it, but public sector has got other challenges. Private sector is where the animal spirits are supposed to be, right? And that's not happening enough. And so there's lots of reasons for this. And therefore, there's a role for academia in this, okay? I'm quickly giving a couple of extracts. This is an Imprint 2 is a document. It's a funding scheme. I don't know how many of you are aware of Imprint 2. Imprint 1 and Imprint 2 and several others of its ilk is basically how government funding comes down to for research. Increasingly, it's going towards translational research. At least they're saying, show us the outcomes. Don't say you published something, went to conferences and nothing came out of it. or it's there in some esoteric circle and, we are discussing and churning intellectually. That's okay. That's acceptable, right? But increasingly, the taxpayer is saying, well, I paid the money. Let's get some outcomes out of it. Can you solve pollution? Can you solve water contamination? Can you clean the Ganga? Can you solve diabetes? Can we solve cancer? Can you solve blindness? I can go on. And I'll show about this. Therefore, look at the underlined and the bold parts here. Right? Prototype development, field deployment. So don't just do research and papers. That's the message for all of us here. I'm also a fellow researcher. Right? So pilot scale implementation, demonstration, and finally commercial exploitation. Where is the benefit? I think that's a question that will get asked with increasing volume as we go ahead, right? So the implications for Indian academia is there is growing awareness at a country level that we are not spending enough for fundamental and applied research, right? There will be increasing, I mean, the National Research Foundation and others are talking about it, that we will make available the money. Your scheme, the scheme under which all of you are here and your larger fraternity is an outcome of this, that there is a need and there is a recognition that we need to create people who are more capable. Let's get the best talent, right? So there is an obligation on you. I've already put you on defense now, right? So expect more accountability from R&D budgets. I mean, that will happen for all universities. A center for excellence or institute for eminence does not come for free. There is pressure, right? Move focus on creating IP. And I will talk a little bit about IP, where IP is an academic exercise, an intellectual exercise in itself when pursued in itself, and nothing more than that. And unless it is put to good use, with or without IP, with outcomes that don't necessarily depend on. IP is a commercial decision. I want to keep all the upside to that's what it is. You're legally empowering yourself to say, I have the secret sauce, nobody else shall use it for commercially for a certain amount of time and so on. That's all it does. But it doesn't automatically entitle you to economic gains. There is a big jump after creating IP. And that's what I think we will discuss here. Right? IP by itself is a piece of paper. Now I want to talk about the role of deep tech startups, right? Not very well understood. I'm going to provoke you guys a bit. Okay. So this is the Indian startup ecosystem. This is not my slide. This is from Startup India. Okay. The commentary is mine, but the data and other things are from Startup India, right? Is it visible? The font is slightly small, but we have all the nice nodes here. Academic institutions, there are incubators, private, DST is set up. There are national R&D labs, the government incubators, name it. Every state has an innovation council. We have all the placeholders. The figures are impressive, 100 labs and more, 20 billion in R&D. Well, that's low, maybe that's okay. But there are 4,000 STEM colleges, highest in the world, 400 tech institutes, 1 million engineers, maybe more per year, right? So we have it all, impressive scale, but there's something that's missing. Right? What is missing here? Now I'm going to talk about things that are missing. If you look at India's population of 1.3 billion, give or take, 10 million, what's 10 million among friends? Nothing. So 1.3 billion, 20% people like us, we may not be very rich, we may not be super rich, but we can afford pretty much what the rest of the world uses. So if New York gets a phone tomorrow or a gizmo tomorrow, we'll have it maybe day after tomorrow. Right? We can afford it. We may choose not to buy it, but it's there. So we are not deprived. But if you remove 20% of the Indians, 300 million, by the way, that's the population of the US. So we are the elite people, which is equal to the population of US. Remove this out, you have 1 billion people left in India. Their income is $3 per day, maybe even less. I'm being charitable here, right? Now, when you look at most of the innovations, if I have a cordless mic, if I have a laptop, if I have this digital screen, many of the innovations that we get to use consciously, subconsciously are developed in the OECD, in the developed world, not in India. You will struggle hard. We have struggled hard to name a product that's developed in India, hardware, tech-based, science-based, R&D-based product that has a turnover of 500 crores. I will challenge you to name out. You will name a few, but you will struggle. Why? Everything is imported. Everything is made in China. Everything is made in wherever else. Right? There's something missing here. What is the problem because of this? I'm not being nationalistic for no reason. When R&D and science and technology develops products in countries which have $40,000 income, they are not having in mind people who earn $1,000 per year. Dikhta nahi hai, Bharat nahi dikhta hai, wahan pe, right? They don't see it, and it's not meant for you. But that's a billion folks here. Who's going to solve their problems? Right? And that is the innovation that we need to do. GDC's experience for the last 5 years. We have worked with 300 startups. We've just crossed 300 startups from all over India, not just IIT Madras. All STEM colleges, about 40 STEM colleges. I'll talk about that in a bit. And we can see that this is a good intent, well-founded assumption. Indian technology addresses the price points and the problems that India has better than most foreign technologies. More important points. If it works for India, it will work for 2/3 of the world. Look at where UPI, Aadhaar are going to. 100 countries of the world are talking about it. And which countries are talking about it? Okay. Look at the examples I have put. So things have started to happen in the last 5 years. If we didn't have a vaccine, we wouldn't be here talking like this. Look at what's happening in China. Their vaccines are not up to speed, not up to class. We don't even know what's happening. We have designed a vaccine, by the way. But more importantly, we partnered with somebody who designed it and manufactured at scale, at global scale. And that's why we got the vaccines. Right? The vaccine story is partly our ingenuity, somebody's ingenuity in here, right? And policy made it possible to do that. Look at mobile money that we talk about, at scale innovation, right? And a bunch of India stack issues that go with it, right? Look at online education, NPTEL. I don't know if you've been exposed to NPTEL. NPTEL is a world-class innovation here. You add up Coursera, EDX, Udemy, I don't know, whatever else, multiply that 10 times, you have NPTEL. That is the level of impact and it has. So I think we are starting to see beginnings of Indian science and technology in various parts go to. Look at satellite communication. India was shut out of satellite communication. What happened? We were late to the party maybe, but today we can launch. We've gone to Mars, right? So it is possible. It is possible to do that. So therefore, what is missing in this chart is we haven't scaled this capability to the where it requires. 1 billion people need it. We have done it in parts. Proof of concept is there. Proof of performance is there in a few areas. Look at electronic voting. USA can't get its voting right. And I can bet you in the next election, there'll be riots because they can't count their votes. Simple. As stupid as that, right? Here we are, whatever the complaints, I'm not getting into the politics, but we run an election of a scale that there's no other tamasha like that on earth. So there is capability, there's proof of that. And what we are trying to say is, can people like you, can people like us who are privileged have the capability, have learned, things that others of our country have not been privileged enough? How can we help? So we are saying deep tech startup. That's the mission of GDC. That's why I stick to my charter. Deep tech aim to solve wicked challenges of India. Did you know that only 30% of dirty water in India is treated? Only 30%, less than 1/3. Not a good sign to go or travel with when you know this data. It's untreated sewage for the most part. Why? Why has Delhi pollution not been solved for 5 years or for even more? When people are dying, right? I can go on naming so many things. Why does India have the highest accidents of vehicles on the road anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world? So there are lots of problems to solve. Why are 1 crore, 2 crore people blind today? Why? When they need not be. If you actually go to the, what is that lab here? HTI, Health Tech. There's a lab here, not a lab, an incubator. We have an innovation that prevents blindness. It's ridiculously easy. You know, if you see what a country is screaming for that solutions like that. So that's the motivation we would like, scholars to have to create impact. The urge to create impact has to come, and people who can do it need to do it. And deep tech is a way to do it. If not Indian researchers, who will solve these problems? You expect America to solve it? No way, right? So what does taking research to market mean? It means a lot of this. I'm going to ask a lot of uncomfortable questions here, right? How does an academic add value? Right? How do you add value? You write papers, you go and propound theories. Right, good. I'm not running down any of that. Teaching, teaching is a noble profession. All of that is good. Create knowledge. To whom does it add value? How do we measure that? Impact factor in journals? Come on, give me a break. Right? What does it mean to create an impact? So ask yourself the question. That's what we are saying. Right? How does research improve the lives of people? It's funded by government. It's funded by taxpayers' money. Remember that. So no harm in somebody asks you, what did I get for it? Right? Creating impact at scale. Anything in India has to happen at scale, not in, one small kasbah, one ward of Chennai or somewhere like that. Doesn't matter. How do you create impact at scale? Right? We have examples. I just counted all of them. That impact should be sustainable. If you create impact in a small area, how does it sustain? Sustainable as in not environment. I'm meaning here more like, does it sustain over time? How does it get funded? Can it become viable? How do you do that? And that is what taking to market means. Market looks for something where the price clears on its own, where the product pays for itself. The users will pay for it. It becomes viable. That's what is sustainability, right? Why should government or any other entity go on funding research? To no end. Good question to ask, right? Are there different types of research that can happen? So we know this. Academic research is applied research of basic and fundamental research, right? Fundamental research is publication or create more knowledge, and that's good. I think we need it. By no means we can say we don't. In fact, we need more of it, right? What we are focusing here is applied research, which goes into one of many outcomes. Goes into publication, goes into consulting, where you help someone else get better, right? It's a commercial activity. Somebody has a problem, you solve it. Tech transfer, not very well established. So maybe the IP guys who have gone there will talk about it. But IP is the first step towards tech transfer. There's a big leap between IP and tech transfer, which is what we'll cover. Spin out is another way. Spin out is what happens in. Did you have a chance to go to the research park? Did you go? Yes? I mean, yes or no? Yes. Some people didn't go. Okay. So we have an incubation system here, which is with a research park. And so you will see a lot of startups there, about 100 odd startups out there. Open source technology, that's a new model. In fact, GDC would like to work on an open source model. So basically what we are talking of is research can create impact in multiple ways. Even fundamental research can, but applied research is clearly more visible. Translational research is more visible, right? Ideas are easy. Startups are hard, really hard. Good start and deep tech startups are the hard end of that spectrum. Okay. A startup is more than a scientific or a technological idea or a improvement. You may actually find something in the lab and you may call it an innovation. And I will talk that it is not an innovation. Why it is not an innovation, I'll talk about. A startup that can scale. Startup can scale. Consulting can't scale. Consulting is usually, solving one person. If you have a startup that can actually, particularly if it's open source and, if it's put out well with a model, it can actually scale. So if you want to create impact, these are avenues that you need to think of or you can be part of, right? There are some problems that only science can solve. Let's be clear. You want to solve blindness, cancer, healthcare. Small apps can't do it. You've got to have domain intensity there, right? And likewise for many other domains. You need to get multiple domains, not just one. In fact, increasingly deep tech is a confluence of multiple domains. Okay, and that is the chance that when research scholars like you can specialize and you want to create impact, there is problems are galore, but you need to understand what commercialization of research means. Okay, only experienced researchers and scientists have that privilege and capability of addressing these problems. I mean, we work as an entity. We are fortunate, colleagues and I are fortunate in working with deep tech innovations, and so we see this. So, and that's where we are standing and saying, look at the impact that some of these can go and can do is really impressive. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about GDC. I think Professor Deepa Venkatesh talked about it. I'll give it in some more detail so that you get a context of what we are trying to do in commercialization. I don't know how to play the video. Play on. I want to play a video. This video is about a year old, so don't worry about the stats. I'll fill you up. This is just a 2-minute video, so won't put you to sleep. I don't know if it will play. I'm very skeptical of technology. Allapa. How do you get this? That's what I did. Just a minute, we'll just fix this. See, we are Institute of Technology, right? So we're entitled to a few. Okay. Not that bad. Recording one we'll hush it.
Welcome to the Gopal Krishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. We are based at IIT Madras with a mandate to work with STEM colleges across India. GTC was started in 2017 through grants from 3 illustrious alumni of the institute, Dr. Gururaj Deshpande, Mrs. Jayashree Deshpande, and Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Our mission is to transform capabilities, mindsets, and culture of academic institutions to commercialize academic research through startups and create socio-economic impact at scale. Across our 2 programs, Incubate and Inspire, GTC has worked with nearly 200 startup teams across India. More than 900 participants have benefited from our programs, of whom a quarter have been women. Our mission is to transform capabilities, mindsets, and culture of academic institutions, commercialize academic research through startups with socio-economic impact at scale. Across our 2 programs, Incubate and Inspire, GTC has worked with nearly 200 startups.
Can you stop the video, please? I don't know what you're playing. Video rendu play ஆரம்பிச்சு. All right, we'll skip this. If it's not working, it's not working.
This is a PPT, right?
sorry, we are entitled to our gifts, right? So what is the mission of GDC? We are not an incubator which is creating startups. We are working more to transform the capability of institutions we work with, which means faculty and researchers, largely. We are aimed at faculty and researchers and students at STEM colleges, right? What does it mean to commercialize research? If I give you the statistics, we are 600, 700 professors here. About 50 or 60 commercialize their research, less than 10%. How do we do? Even that, I mean, for that, we've become number one. Right? The potential is much, much more. How can we do that? If I take it at an all India level, it's less than 0.1%. We have 4,000 colleges. Very, very small number of people are doing it. Incubators are enough, but from the lab to the incubator, the journey is, we will see what that journey involves. That journey is hard, and that is the space we work in. So how do you build capability and the mindset? You heard Professor Venkatesh said, right? We don't know whether to do it or not. That's typical of professors. We are creating knowledge. This is not for us. We are ahead of market. This is not conducive to creating impact. You're then intellectualizing stuff, which is okay. At some level, it's fine. But at the end of the day, you have to improve a lot because nobody else is going to do that, for God's sake, right? Second thing is we got to create impact at scale, which means you have to improve the odds of success of knowledge coming out of labs and creating that impact. It's a 99% failure game at that stage. 99, maybe even higher. How do you manage it? Why should we even try? It's like scripted for failure, right? And that's what it's called. It says build entrepreneurial thinking. So she mentioned about a lab, a telecom lab set up in 2000. It was set up by a private alumni funding. Right? What does it represent? It represents that somebody says, look, there is a telecom revolution coming. 20 years later, this place, IIT Madras, has the 5G, the bed of 5G bed is here, right? And it shows the leap that has happened. And many other IITs and ISOs are doing very similar things. I'm just familiar with this, so I'm saying that. But that is what needs to be done at scale. And that is the mindset we need, right? And that is what, because when you are a researcher, you're fine, you're doing your research. When you're a faculty or a postdoc, or when you reach that level, you have leverage in an institution to create impact. You can influence 1,000 minds better than anyone from outside can. And I think that's a very powerful, that's an underutilized privilege that faculty have. They've not exercised it in the manner that they can to really unleash the potential of students. It's a busy slide. This is the innovation ecosystem that we have stylized at IIT Madras. Very quickly, you have research and ideation through departments, research labs, student activities. Then you have incubators. You have 5 or 6 incubators here, right? And then you have the research park and a bunch of investment forums out here. The journey from lab to market is there, and that's where GDC works. GDC says, look, you have a lot of credible research, you have a lot of intent, but you're afraid to come out and fail, or you're afraid to come out and experiment, or you don't know how to do it. I can't be an entrepreneur. I'm a faculty. I'm 50 years old. I would rather sit and publish. I can't be an entrepreneur. Nobody wants you to be an entrepreneur. But can you be entrepreneurial? Can you identify students who would have that ambition? Can you identify students who know that we don't know what it is to fail? We'd like to give it that shot, right? Can you rouse them up? Because you have a Guru Shishya Parampara where your word is Veda Vakya for them. That is the power that we want faculty to exercise, right? And for right good reasons. And every student cannot be an entrepreneur. That's fair enough. But you have lots of them who are willing to try and more. They don't know that it can't be done. That's the spirit of it. I'll give you an interesting story here. When, I forget these people's names, 2 gentlemen built a solar power plane. In the battle against fossil fuels, the last bastion is supposed to be aviation travel. How do you lift a goddamn airliner, with electric power? the amount of power density required is really high, right? Batteries are not there yet. Lithium ion and all is nowhere there, right? So you need something else. So when these guys said, we want to fly a plane with solar power, where to go but to Boeing and Airbus and says, teach us what to do. I mean, you're the best guys. You fly jumbos, right? And the reaction from Airbus and Boeing was so negative. They said, you guys don't know aviation, we know it. This can never happen, get lost. These scientists said, if this is to happen, this is not going to happen in Boeing. Because you are constrained by your experiences. They didn't know that it can't be done. Let me put it that way. And they built it. And there has been a solar plane that has gone around the world, not non-stop. They have to charge the batteries, but it went around the Atlantic, it went over the Pacific, it went over Americas, they went around the world. And then Boeing and Airbus are now scratching their heads. That is the spirit of innovation that university campuses can do. Professors know the technology, industry thinks it can't get done because we don't have the money, we're not going to waste time and money on this. Students don't know that it can't be done. They will jump in and stake their careers, and magic happens. And that is the spirit of startups, deep tech startups that we are trying to do here, right? And many other institutions. So what happens is, I've again stylized it in a very nice way. Ideas to market goes in a very linear manner. It doesn't go this way. Life is chaotic. But the broad sequence, you have an idea, you do research in the lab, and then it becomes a prototype, and then it becomes, what does it happen? Then you don't know. Then you go to an incubator, right? And that is what this red thing represents. A lot of people miss what is required to be done. You need to validate ideas. Is this idea sellable? Will somebody buy? These are hard things to do. And since they don't do it, that's why most entities in an incubator or startups fail much more than they need to fail, right? And that's where our programs are. So we've created programs at various stages of a lab to market journey, that builds capacity in scientists, faculty and researchers, students. What exactly do you need to do and how do you learn them? These are not classroom classes. I'll spare the detail, but that's what we do. So we practice building, understanding what entrepreneurship is in higher education institutions. So we are not an incubator. We are not working for the success of one idea or two ideas. In fact, we are not working for the success of any idea. If you have a scientific idea and you think it's the best idea, you come and test it out in our programs. And if you think it doesn't work, it's not a failure. In the normal course, you would have gone to an incubator, raised money, got a grant, spent 3 years of your life, maybe with some more people, and then you would have discovered that. Can you discover that in 6 weeks, 7 weeks? So what GDC is doing a reality check and building that capability in scientists. What are the avenues that you need to follow with your science if you want to create impact? Which are dead ends? Can you know them early? If you have to fail fast, fail safe. Don't blow big budgets and then say, look, I tried. That's not sensible, right? So GDC is probably a very unique entity. As I told you, we have 6 incubators on campus. When I joined it, I asked Desh and Chris, what are you hiring me for? I mean, I don't need a 7th incubator here. We have 700 incubators in this country. You don't need another one. So there is a missing piece in the startup ecosystem to create deep tech startups. And that is what we have done for the last 5 years, right? So we work with government. I've just put 3 pictures here that illustrate who they are. They're the former head of Startup India, the former Commerce Secretary, Dr. Ram Gopal Rao, he's the director of IT, former director of IT Delhi, and somebody from the Tatas. So we work with 3 kinds of entities, right? So we have done something like, we work in cohorts. Each cohort is 10 teams. We've done about 38 cohorts, 300 startup teams across 2 programs. So there's a lot of data, empirical data experience that we have got. All that, if I was talking 5 years back, I would have been talking through my hat, right? Now I'm talking with some data on the ground experience. So we know this works. In fact, we're willing to challenge policymakers. Look, this is what that works. And I think that is where I think we derive our credibility in saying, look, this is what researchers need to do. This is what institutions need to do if you want to create impact. Okay. Now I'll talk about commercialization of research, right? So our objective, I'm talking about one program here. which is in this chart that you saw, which we work with when a prof or a set of people like you come to us and say, look, we have an idea. So what's the idea? I will convert sewage water to drinking water. Okay, or very good. What do you know? Well, I've got a bucket of water. I've got some, chemicals and an electrode and some AI-based, some software working on it, and presto, I have a great. It works. Now what? Well, the world needs it, right? I can clean the Ganges with it. I can clean the 300 lakes in Chennai. I don't know how many lakes in Bangalore. All of them are polluted. We'll go and do it. Now that's a leap of hope and faith, right? So there's a scale problem for technology, but more importantly, who's dying to pay you for it, right? There is a 25,000 crore Namami Gange program going on, right? Are you going to go and compete there? Are you going to go and clean the 300 lakes in Bangalore, which are polluted to dangerously? Or for that matter, in any city? As I told you, 1/3 of sewage is treated in India. Who's going to pay for it? Then you start scratching. No, municipalities will pay. Have you seen the balance sheet of a municipality? They don't have one in the first place. Who's going to pay you? And then you realize the outside world is not waiting for your solution. How much ever you might think that this is God's gift to mankind. That's the feeling. You want to make a dent in the universe with this because I've discovered it. This is what the world wants. What is this? They'll lap it up. That is the attitude people come to with us. I'm not saying that's wrong. They're so passionate about it. But there's a reality check of what needs to get done. Therefore, this program Incubate makes you think like an entrepreneur, not like a technologist and an idealist and an activist, which comes very naturally when you have the knowledge and in the passion to do something. What are these entrepreneurial capabilities that you need to have in STEM, in an academic institution that you want, if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to make impact as an entrepreneur, right? You need to understand something about business. If you want to raise money from somebody, that's not an entitlement. There's a cost of equity. Equity costs money. Bankers want his money back and a pound of flesh back. Understand that. What does that mean for you in terms of your innovation? So you need to understand something of business, not something that research scholars are exposed to. Increasingly, they have general knowledge. I think yesterday Bhaskar Ramurthy talked about, right? Understand what is GDP. He talked a few things, right? I don't know if all of you were there. So our program is not a business program. It's about shining a light on a dormant area where your own entrepreneurial spirits wake up. And that's the transformation that we seek to do. It throws a light on business acumen that you need to build. Some of it is non-cognizable, meaning it can't be taught in a classroom, or you can't learn it from books. It's there or not there. I can kindle it, I can light a fire, right? It might wake up. Entrepreneurship is not for everybody. Okay, but that's the message that we said. You can't, just because you have a great idea and you won an award, doesn't mean you can start it. Are you familiar with TRL levels? All of you are? Yes? No. So technology readiness level was invented by or kind of laid out by NASA in the 60s. But they used it for space. If you are TRL 9, that means the item is good to go to space. Right? TRL 1 or 2 is science. It slides in the lab. So the world of science and technology and startups have adopted it. Right? NASA put it out as a concept. So TRL 1 is basic technology research in the lab. I'm researching an enzyme that will go to improve the gut of sick people. Right? That's my research in the lab. Now I want to prove it. I've made a chemical of it which can be mixed with water to make it into a syrup. I've got some formulation. It's not around in the market yet. It's got to get tested. The drug regulators have to approve it, have to brand it. Somebody has to make it. A whole bunch of things are required, right, to get a drug to market. It's a 5-year journey. So TRL 3, it says prototype is done. TRL 4 is it's tested at some scale or with a customer. TRL 5 is a pilot. So it's a technology. So it's getting more sophisticated, more acceptable, more to the market. TRL 7 is You put the ecosystem around it, suppliers, packaging, financing, factories, the whole gang. They have a business model. TRL 8 and 9, you are in the marketplace. So products that you use, this flat TV, that digital TV, everything, this fans, everything is TRL 8 and 9. Sometime they were in the lab. Sometime they were a speck of somebody's mind. So that is the technology spectrum. So when you're doing your research, you're in TRL 1 and 2. I saw a bunch of posters here, brilliant ideas and all kinds of things. They're all TRL 1 and 2, maybe TRL 1, right? But for them to go ahead, you have to go down this path. That's what you need to be aware of. So the journey from lab to market is built around understanding what this means. There are 3 valleys of death, at least 3 valleys of death. The startup world has this lexicon called valleys of death. And it's worth understanding where ideas get buried and not reach the marketplace. So this graphic tells you the left-hand side is nascent ideas and the right is the market, right? Mature. So between lab and idea and design, usually there is a valley of death that most people in a lab institution are savvy enough, they'll find the funds. Dusra projects leke ye finance karenge, kuch bhi karenge, I'll put their own money, they'll get some grants, they'll do it. They're able to get it. Now you want to build a prototype. Now you don't know what to do. Where do I get the funding? A lot of institutions struggle here. First valley of death. Many of them have now figured out how to get around this. The second valley of death is called the minimum viable product. Now, this is a very misunderstood concept, but this simply means I make something which is not a finished product, but it is not just to test my technology skills, but whether it is delivering something. So I make a smartphone. When the first smartphone was made by Apple, they didn't put it out like this with all this gizmos and with this kind of finish and software. They wanted to touch the touch screen work. It does the pinching work. Does not having a keyboard work. Well, these are radical designs, radical change that they were doing. How do you test that it works? So they put out a minimum viable product with a bunch of people and they tested it. How can a phone, at that time Nokia was the leader. Nokia had hard, BlackBerry was the leader. BlackBerry used to sell because of its hard touch keys. That was its USP actually. And these guys were coming out with software keys. So how do you test? So they had a minimum viable product. So that's a concept of a minimum viable product. Now, how do you do that? There's another valley of death. And then how do you scale it to a finished product? So you have several valleys of death. Why ideas from the lab in an institution? Why your ideas will also struggle to come to the market is because of these valleys of death. What do you need to understand about them? How do you need to overcome them? If you're not aware of this, you're not tackling this in your capability, in the extended capability of a founding team, you can't succeed. And that's why this is such a hard game to play. Okay. What is the value add in a product? So let's take this iPhone. When it came out, it must have been a bunch of wires and some cardboard box or something like that to what it is today. So robust, I can drop it. Hopefully it will work, right? That's the level of robustness it has reached. So people think, right? So you have the research stage, there's a small valley of death. Development, there's a deep valley, very, very deep valley here. But an application, some people think it's a medium valley because it's a solved problem. Once you solve the hard technology, people will jump in, usually. So it's a smaller valley. When you ask people what is the value add, is R&D is the tough part. The science is the tough part. What is the rest of it is all finance, accounting, marketing. What is this? All 10%. Making development is 30%. But going all the way to market, that's only 10%. In reality, it is the other way around. Now, this is very humbling. The hard work in the lab that you slog for years, publish papers, do all this, do IP, all 10%. Frankly, the hardest part is going to market. I would actually say it's even 80%, depending on whether it's a business for consumers or whether it's for what they call B2B and B2C, right? It's hard. It's hard enough. So if 10% is hard, you can imagine what the 60% is like. That is why it's hard to create products. You may get the technology in your lab to solve blindness. Try reaching it out. Try curing blindness. Try getting money for it. Try building a viable company. And you'll know how hard that is. And that is what we need to learn in this country. And so what are the biggest reasons for startups or failures? I've got data internationally. By the way, let me not take it back. Can I ask a show of hands? What's the biggest reason for failure for startups? Why do startups fail? 90% fail, right? Why? Funding. No funding? They have not taken consumers' perspective. Okay. Timing means what? Rahu Kalam? Market is not ready. Okay. You guys are smart. The team is not motivated. So there's some engine is running ahead of that train. Okay. All right. So I think you got a flavor of it. The biggest empirical reason why startups fail internationally is top 10 reasons. The biggest reason is there's no market need. Startups are building products that nobody needs. How stupid can it get? You're working for years, this is my best research. The world is waiting for it. I am solving a problem. I have validated it. There's enough. I've raised money for it. Government has given me an award for it. And the market says, sorry, I don't need your product. That's what it is, right? If you look at in India, same thing. No need for the product. Building something that nobody wants is what, it's not because of technology. It's not because of what you said, founders and team members are, yeah, they could be. But the biggest reasons are these. And that happens because you're working in silos. You think this is important, the market thinks it's not. And therefore, there is some learning to be done before you say my technology works, and before I would like to scale it, before I would like to raise my money, before I'd like to hire people, before I'd like to stake my career, before I raise money, I'd like to do a bunch of things. Okay. That's where Incubate adds value. To ensure that we don't do mistakes, we as in startups, this is talking to startups or faculty or faculty and researchers like you who want to do startups. Don't make the mistakes that you can find out today. Don't build something to know it will fall down tomorrow. Can you find out that today? Most startups don't fail from technology risk because they're working on technology. They want to make it work. They think that's the most important risk. It's not. Very few products fail because of technology. They fail because there are no customers. That's why they fail. And most people don't understand. I have hell. We have hell in trying to get people to accept this. Okay. There is a difference between building a product and building a business. Very, very, very big difference. And academics, if they don't understand it or appreciate it, they are not cut out for entrepreneurship. Simple rule. This is key. Then you can, all you can do is build prototypes and hope somebody else will take it out. So that these are some big things that Incubate Value teaches. So we would like to say there are three pillars of a startup. There's technology, there's business acumen, and there's entrepreneurial mindset. Technology, we select people who have technology. So for us, we can't have a team in Incubate if you don't have a prof and it's not from a STEM college. We kind of ensure that technology is not some woolly thinking, right? Don't violate the second law of thermodynamics, for example. You don't do those kind of things. But if it is good ideas, we take them. If they're coming from good colleges, good profs, we take them. Because you'll solve it. We address these two parts, business acumen. We don't solve it. We address that you build that capability within you. That's important. That's what it does. So this is what the three ideas are. Technology is what you know. Technology, prototype, proof of concept, IP, all that. Will it work? Will the damn thing work? Right? Business acumen is who will buy? As we found out, who will buy is a big question. The elephant in the room is that. Right? How do you compete? Are there somebody else already doing it? Is Toyota already making that or something like that? And you are going as a startup. What chance do you have against Toyota? Maybe you have, but what? But let's be clear on that. How will you compete? And so on. Right? So I'm going to end soon. I would like to leave this concept with you. The path to commercialization has 4 steps. You have an idea, a technology idea, or a science-based idea, which could be your research, your PhD topic. You can make a prototype and an invention that works. That's an invention. That is not an innovation. Much as you would like to think, It is not an innovation. It is a physical manifestation of your research. It proves the technology to some extent, at least in the lab. But it does not solve any problem outside. Unless it solves a problem outside for somebody who's willing to pay money, it is not an innovation. An innovation has to add value to somebody. Otherwise, it's a gizmo. That's all. Nice gizmo you have built. Being uncharitable, but that's what it is. Right? So you have to understand as an entrepreneur that an innovation solves a problem. And if it can solve it at scale, which means you can build a business model and your partners, you can make money, then you have a business and a startup. Four steps. Now, where people go wrong, they confuse between invention and entrepreneurship. Very, very common with engineers and technologists and scientists. I've solved a technology problem. The harder it is, the more accomplished and the entrepreneur I am, I think. You're not an entrepreneur, you're only an inventor. They'll win an award, they'll get a grant, and they think they're an entrepreneur. That's a very, very big mistake. You're not solving any problem. You're not ready for entrepreneurship. You see the gap? Easy, right? But very, very hard to accept it, right? And that is what we are saying. It is very critical that founders of startups remove this confusion. If you want to start up, you want to create this, recognize science and technology is necessary but not sufficient. One of the big reasons startups fail, right? All right. So our programs address this core problem before you become attractive to incubators. So our program, what is it? Just 1 or 2 slides. We have a 6-week, 7-week program. It's a boot camp, right? Where you have classes, if you can call it that, workshops for about 5 or 6 days. The rest of it, you're on your own. You meet 100 people. Usually you have met nobody. Think about your own researchers. So think about, let's say you were doing a startup with it. Who would you like to go and validate this with? And why would they validate it for you? Why would they even entertain you? And it's a very deceptively hard question. Who do you want to meet and validate your technology with if you want to build a business? And then you realize you're not talking to people who you know, you're talking to strangers. How do you meet them? Why should they meet you? Why should they even entertain you? Why should they give you truthful answers? Right? So there's a whole bunch of issues that you learn about entrepreneurship through this program. And we find that it is completely transformative, right? This is my last slide. I'm kind of summarizing. You'll see a line in the middle, right? And I'll talk about what that line is. First, understand your university's policy. If you are intent on commercializing your research, understand your college's policy of entrepreneurship. Many of them have it. Many of you are from elite institutions. These policies are very well evolved. Evaluate your own research agenda. Is it a translational research or is it solving something on Pluto, right? Nothing wrong with it. You need information about Pluto also, but that's improving human knowledge. That's not solving a current problem. That doesn't lend itself for business. So evaluate that. Your idea should be amenable to commercial exploitation. Some are more, some are less. Get past the valleys of death. Understand what the valleys of death are. At the design stage, team formation stage, the lady said that, I have a founder, but my team doesn't run fast enough. That's a valley of death. Funding, creating a proof of concept, lots of things. There are many valleys of death. Appreciate that creating impact with your startup is much, much more than just making the technology work. You made a gizmo. That's not a business. That doesn't satisfy anybody who will pay money for it. 5th question is for you, not about your technology. Why do you want to commercialize? Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? If that motivation is not strong enough, don't even try. This is a very hard game. Money is a motivator, but it's a very poor motivator. Money is far away. When the product doesn't work, when the world shouts at you, when people slam their doors on you, when your team leaves, and you have no money to pay the next month's check, you're alone. What will take you to every startup goes through this. That is an entrepreneur's life. Why do you want to do this? Unless you have good reasons, it's a bad choice. So entrepreneurship is for some people when it bites them, they can't sleep. You see an entrepreneur who nothing, you cannot, they're irrational. They're irrational. They will do anything. They'll jump off a 5th floor if that is what it required to. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of making it a hyperbole, but they're that motivated. When the desire to solve something is so huge, it's like that. Then comes, once you've reached that eye, once you've crossed question number 5, you know you're cut out for it. Then what do you do? Then these are action steps. You de-risk that. You don't want to take stupid risks. An entrepreneur takes big risks, but you need to understand the risks and de-risk them. You don't start something and raise money and put your money and your parents' money in something that has a 99% chance of failing. Can I reduce that to 50% sensibly? Can I reduce that more? You have to actively look for it. And that is what is the path to commercialize, sensible paths to commercialization, right? Do a customer discovery exercise. Are you solving a real problem or a fictitious problem that you think somebody has? How do you form a team? How do you make an IP? How do you exploit it? Whole bunch of things. There's jargon after this, right? That is the path. I'll stop here. If anybody is interested in applying for Incubate, then I'll do it. Otherwise, that's selling games. Let me stop here. I will have one more idea, one more slide, which is more to do with what GDC does. Why do we think we have succeeded in GDC? I told you less than 10%, even in IIT Madras faculty, commercialize their research. But of the 200 faculty who have come to us, 225 faculty who have come to us, 2/3 of them are trying their hand at entrepreneurship for the first time. It means that we have succeeded in getting them out of the woodwork, right? We are getting the right people. And many of them have gone on to start. 2/3 of them have gone to start ventures. Something is working, right? If you have to fail fast. Don't fill your incubators with ideas which are dodos. Can you validate them? Can you validate your team early enough so that the downstream system of money, advisors, and all of that is incubators is got better chances of success than ideas which have got less success, right? Changing the culture on campus. We have seen how one faculty, one set of researchers, one startup can light a revolution. And that's what we see. The transformation in students is absolutely dramatic. Absolutely. I mean, we didn't know when they came to us, they were vagabonds. You know, we had to tell them to get out of the class, take a bath and come. You know, we had people like that. And after 6 months, you see a magic. There's one set of team that has created a 400 crore business. They were students in final year. They've gone through this and today they're billing 400 crores. So we've had experience like that. So why can't we scale that? Why can't it be you? Right? And how do you deepen and widen the entrepreneurial ecosystem? And that's what GDC has done. That's what Incubate has done. I'll stop here. If there are questions you wish, I'm happy to take. Is there a mic around? I think I find it hard to hear. Is there a mic, sir? Mic, Irka? Can you just help? I think who had a question? You had a Ingle question, Inga.
Check, mic check.
Okay, I think we'll come around.
Hello, sir. So it was a very good
Can you
session.
hold it close? I can't hear you.
Hello, sir.
Like a softie.
Yeah. So it was a very interesting session. I wanted to ask one, like, I have this doubt, like, since a very long time, that industry and academia are different. Like, when I have heard that when you're stepping out of the academics, the industry world is different. So being an entrepreneur, how we bridge a gap between this industry and academia? Like, do we need any prior experience, or is it possible to just step into
magically you go there and become the CEO? Right? That's what you say?
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. Academia and industry run on very different clocks and DNA. Right? Please sit down. And if you want to do a startup, or even if you want to do a job, you have to step out into that so-called bad industry, right? You have to go there, adjust to their motors and so on. So if your question is, do you need industry experience before you start in startup? Answer is no. You don't, it's not mandatory. The question I will ask is this, goes back to this question. Question number 5. Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? Why? And then if you say, I want to be because I have a problem, I have to solve it, I can't do anything else. So there are people who opt out of placement. I opt out of placement. You know, when they see their class fellows getting 1 crore 50 lakh job and they say, I don't do it, I don't take it. Can you imagine the pressure on them? Can you imagine the pressure that their parents place on them? Many of them are not necessarily well off because they have answered that question. I want to do something. If you can answer that question, and if that question doesn't arise for you, then go for a job. Then you will find the job sucks. Yes, this is not what I expected in industry. And then you feel bored, and lots of people then it bites them. Many people take to industry like fish to water, and they have a fantastic career. Nothing wrong with it. So you don't have to be an entrepreneur. That question you have to ask and answer for yourself. So do you want experience before you start? Answer is no, you don't. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you.
Yes, I think there was a bunch of people here.
Yes, sir. Fundamentally, what do you mean by deep tech and deep science?
What
Do you mention any specific technology like that?
That's a vague. See, it's a vague answer, and I will keep it vague because deep tech is not very well defined, but it has some characteristics. One, it is based on research of science of some kind. It's STEM research. Deep tech has a connotation of science under it. Right? So it is based on research, some solid research. Typically, it will be multidisciplinary. So if you want to do cancer research, these are hard problems you're solving, which have not been solved, or you're solving them very differently. So I will give you a set of answers, and if you tick most of them, then you become deep tech. But it is abused. So NASSCOM will use any IT is technology. That's not deep tech. You know, you want to build apps and make markets and e-commerce. That's not deep tech. That's entrepreneurship. It's difficult, but that's not deep tech. Does that answer your question? There's no definite answer to this. It's a vague answer. You know it when you see it. And then you will also have some doubts. Yeah, the deep tech hai nahi hai, you will have this question. So don't get into that debate beyond a point.
If it has some value, then it's okay. Do you
No,
mean that?
no, the investors don't have value. You know, just because you're deep tech, you can't wear a badge of honor on your shoulder and chip and go around and say, I want higher valuation for it. No, nobody takes it. But I can tell you one thing, it has negative value. Okay. Anything in deep tech has a long runway. It is hard to do. Your chances of failure are higher.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hi, sir. Thank you for the talk. I had this question. So, if say there's a problem and there's already a current solution, and I have a better solution for that, and I'm good at tech, but I don't know the business part of it, and say I want to figure out a team, like how do I do that? Like whom do I approach?
Good question. So let me ask the question a little, let me parse your question a bit. You have a better solution. What do you mean by better? Give me an example.
In terms of accuracy, or in terms, say diagnostics, or any, for example, say you're diagnosing cancer cells. I have a better solution.
Better means what?
Like I'm able to predict with more accuracy, less false positives. Right? Like I have an algorithm which does it, or such.
More accurate.
Right.
Okay. If you can demonstrate that with evidence that you have something that's better, and better is not simply faster, quicker, cheaper, those are opinions. Okay. Second, if something is better in the sense that you're saying, the first question to ask is, who wants a better solution? So if I want to go from place A to place B, how many of you from Bangalore? Lots of you. You have a fantastic traffic situation, right? Cool, clean roads. You can go quickly from place A to place B, correct? Now I say, I bring an air taxi to go from place A to place. Ooh, roads are not fast enough, Isn't that a good idea? Good idea? I want to go from city market to airport. I want to go from Whitefield to airport. Good idea? Air taxi, come on. What's all this? You will cut across Outer Ring Road, cut across KR. What is all this nonsense? KR market and all. Silk board. Oh my God. Okay, you don't have to die in silk board, right? All that will happen. It's a better solution, right? You agree? What about the cost? Cost will be more, no? So something that's better is not better in all respects. So you have to first understand there are attributes of your solution which may not necessarily compare equally with existing ones. Typically cost. If something gets better in quality or accuracy, there might be a cost angle. If you're better in every dimension and you're cheaper by 10%, then what's it? It's a no-brainer, right? And there are solutions like that. So the whole question is, if something is better, first of all, is it your opinion or is there a market for it that will pay for it? Answer that question. That is where I think the failure happens. Most tech people think we have the best solution in the world, and so we should do it. Your question then comes, how should I persuade the team? Is that what you're saying?
How do I find a team?
How do I find the team? That's where an entrepreneur is required. That's an entrepreneurial skill. You can't learn it in college. It's a non-cognizable skill. Working with human beings, reading human beings, motivating human beings, working with people whom you're fighting with or disagreeing with is a non-cognizable, essential skill to run organizations, not even startup, even organizations. You cannot work in corporates, even in academics. You can't. You have to get along with people. You have to find people you want. You think you can start a lab if you don't find talented PhDs to work with you? You can't. Your professor is lucky to have you. How would you be? Would you be as lucky? Or would you want to go for PMRF scheme and say, let's get more people? You get what I'm saying? These are non-cognizable skills. There's a bunch of skills, and you working with human beings, colleagues, adversaries, people you don't agree with, is a skill that you have to master. It's a must for entrepreneurship. Where can I hire people? I don't know. Find out. Where can you find customers? I don't know. Find out. Entrepreneurship is hard. Answers your question, sir? I didn't tell you the answer because there is no answer. Right?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have one question, very specific to scholars like us. Suppose some of the scholars are completing their PhD and probably they have solved 2-3 problems or more than that. Now, if the research is not very much experimental, like they are solving a very specific problem, have some prototype which they can sell, but probably when they are completing their PhD, although they have solved 2-3 problems, but after that they feel that they need to solve a more concrete problem or has a broader scope of research. Now, whatever he or she has solved, it has a market value. Now, he or she has to take the risk, responsibility, spend time, money, whether they should go to set up a startup and build the exact product and sell to the customer. It is very much required. Or he can do theoretical research or experimental research. Together with that, he can contact some businessman and sell their product as B2B. So is it good to decide B2C and spend another 2-3 years? There is risk, or staying in the academic or somewhere, and it can be B2B. But what is your suggestion for those scholars? Yeah.
There are too many assumptions in your question. Are you saying that if I stay on in academia for 2 to 3 years, something will automatically become B2C? Excuse me, I'll just take.
No, sir. It is not possible to directly go to B2C. It is very difficult. So if he stays or she stays in the academic and try B2B, by suppose he or she joins some academics and together, because right now Government of India is giving opportunity to set up within academic, like startup within the academic system, and spend some time. Suppose he has 12 hours or 16 hours time in a day, and segregate some time on the product development, sometimes towards the research. Is that a good decision, or purely spend time?
I'm not getting one point from you. If you want to do a startup, why do you want to stay in academics?
So the thing is, basically, I have solved 2 problems, which is very good. Interest for the research. For the community where it can be solved. But there is a bigger problem I want to solve. For that.
See, your question is academic to start with. When you say you have solved a problem, what have you solved? You have built a solution in the lab. You have not solved anything outside.
No, I started my questions with, if it is not very much experimental, say, suppose you are proposing, say, a set of algorithms or things like for an emerging technology. So you solved that this algorithm or this particular solution is maybe very, very much useful for medical system for solving certain disease, say non-invasive glucose detection, like that. But then you feel, okay, I can probably improve my algorithm.
Hold you. I'm stopping you right here.
Yeah, thank you.
There are any number of scientists who come and say, my algorithms, my solutions are fantastic. Forget bigger problems. I'm questioning that itself. I'm saying that's a solution in the lab. Go and test it out to whom it is useful and show me the money, show me the market. Until that is done, this is a theoretical proposition. The world is full of such propositions. The labs are full of scientists with solutions that can revolutionize the world. They don't come out. Every battle plan, as they say, gets modified in first contact with the enemy. The battle plan is useless. Every invention is useless when it meets the customer in the market. It gets completely questioned commercially. So therefore, that presumption is wrong. First, validate that. It's a promising idea, nothing more. Then if your question is, I want to work on more theory and more academics, if that is your inclination,
what
please
problem
do that.
is solved? Suppose, for example, it is tested for 100%, and the result is quite satisfactory, say 80% accuracy or 85% accuracy. You build a prototype, make patent, everything is fine. But before commercializing, there are more number of steps to cover. Maybe it may take 2-3 years or more than that.
Yes.
So whether I should spend 2-3 years in the startup, or I should continue my research.
That's a more sharp question. Now, let me ask you, how would you decide? With what you know, how would you decide? Do I take path A, where I have to do some more work? I don't know whether it will work, but I have a payoff. Right? I have a payoff, expected payoff. Or do I go to path B, which is 3 years more uncertainty, but I have a potentially bigger payoff? Correct? That's your question. I'm kind of putting it in academic language. How would you decide?
I am biased because because I am doing research, so I will go to research mode. If I have I have experience towards the market side, business side, or some, then I could decide that. But I am biased this right now, so probably somebody needs to explain me more to choose the right decision.
So you answered the question. See, that's what I said. You will not become a startup. I mean, you will not become an entrepreneur or do a startup until you can't live with that problem. The fact that you are saying, no, the other route is better, I'm an academic, that shows you're not ready yet. An entrepreneur cannot take no for an answer. He will do it somehow. Look for such people. I'm just coming from an event where there was a student, UG student. He built he wanted to help people in disability. And so he built a wheelchair. He didn't have money, he went bankrupt. He did all kinds of things, but he just had to do it. That is what is required. Okay. But if you have choices, you have a choice for a secure life, my intellectual interests are here, you're conflicted. Then you're doing a startup becomes a hobby, not a passion. Fine, do it, but you know where it can go. It's not likely to go far. It's a hobby. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Hello. Yeah, I am Manas. I am from IIT Delhi. I have a question about what do you think about IP and patents? Should such concept exist or the technology should be open sourced? If you want to be an entrepreneur.
So let me see if I understand your question right. Are you saying is IP and patenting good for entrepreneurs? Is that your question?
Yes. Or should the technology be open sourced?
Okay. So what is the purpose of IP and patenting? It is to give financial motivation, economic motivation to inventors who have done whatever work with their ability and hard work and so on. If it can be proven that it's something that they have done out of original work, the law gives you a protection that nobody else can use that or exploit that economically without your permission. That's all. What is open source? I'm saying, I'm putting it out. I believe that my work is important, and I'm benevolent enough to put it out for the general good of humanity. Right? So that's what it is. Now, what is better? Lots of private capitalism works and thrives on IP. Right? Open source has a sense of giving, sharing, philanthropy. It's not philanthropy, but you're giving it away, right? So it's a mindset. So there's no.
So don't you think researchers should adopt the second way? That is the philanthropy.
No, it's not for you to adopt. I mean, you want to give away your work, give away your work. Who's stopping you? Please give it away. You will be knighted, maybe. You will be saint. You become a saint, right? You can go join an NGO and work. That's also equal to open source. In that sense, you're giving away your time. Please, the world is free. You can do it. So how did the internet get built? So how did Linux come about? Right? There are any number of open source. But typically the open source are stuff that's made, all public research. When you publish in a publication, that's open source. You can't patent it. You abdicate your right to patent it once you publish it. Right? So there's so much of open source around. So if your question is, should I do this, should I do that? That's up to you.
So a patent is important for a startup or not?
Can you hold the mic close and speak?
A startup, what do you think about, do a startup need to have a patent or it don't need to have a patent?
No. If you can get a patent and it makes economic sense to have a patent, please go ahead by all means. A patent is not free. See, what happens? Understand the patenting process. You are actually going and searching for, somebody else. There's something called prior art, right? That's what it's called. And you go and search for it. Your very act of searching for it is giving a signal to the world that you're working on that area. You are actually endangering your own work. But you have to do that work. You have to take that risk. By learning to swim, you can drown. Right? But that doesn't mean you don't learn swimming. You take precautions and do it. So you do that work, you incur money, you file, you have to maintain a patent that requires money, and there's time and cost. If it's worth your while, do it. But the more important question is, just having a patent doesn't necessarily give you any value. You need to know all that I talked about here. All the questions on this slide here need to be answered. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. I happen to notice that in the slide where you discussed the requirements for somebody to engage with GDC, it was mentioned that
Engage with?
GDC.
Yeah.
So in that you said that they need to have at least 3 ELs. So what do you mean by?
Sorry, I ran through it quickly. I'll put it out.
Yeah. So can you elaborate point 4? What do you mean by?
I'll elaborate all points. So what does GDC do? We are an entity that works with faculty and researchers and students who want to commercialize that idea. So first, it has to be from a STEM institution and science-based. Broad. Again, don't ask me what is science, deep science, but broadly in that way. The tech has to be feasible, right? Don't come with, I'll build wireless in Jupiter. Not acceptable to me. Okay. So it's got to be reasonably feasible. And we know what is that. It has to be led by a team faculty member, because I'm not addressing technology. I'm addressing the other two things which are more neglected in commercialization of research. So it has to be led by a faculty member. A faculty member is not an entrepreneur. Here is my answer to 4. Who does the heavy lifting work? Who meets 100 people? Who's going to build the enterprise? Who's going to be the founder tomorrow? I want serious 3 entrepreneur leads. That's what EL stands for. FL is faculty lead, EL is entrepreneur lead. I want an FL, I want 3 entrepreneur leads that makes a team. Without that, I'm not going to admit you. Right? And the team member is ready to commit time. We need a certain amount of time. If you want to attend classes, you have research, you have a PhD thesis to defend, this is not your time for it. It's a boot camp. We are hard taskmasters. Any of you ready with a proof of concept and want to come to GDC? I've scared you enough. By the way, let me run a quick poll. How many of you still want to be entrepreneurs? After my talk, I've done a bad job of scaring you. Huh? No, I'm very keen. I'm very keen that the entire PMRF is actually exposed to this. As I said, not the Atmanirbhar, and I'm not getting into all those hoary goals, but it is important that we learn. We are privileged. If we don't solve our problems, I don't know who will solve our problems. If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what will. At least as Indians. So look at it. You're privileged, and I would like to talk to the entire PMRF and see whether we can get them to seriously look at working in some way to commercialize your research. It doesn't have to be entrepreneurship. It can be open source. Do your work and put it out. I don't want any money, but let other people do it. So there was, since you asked this question, in IIT Bombay, you said you are from IIT Bombay? IIT Delhi, doesn't matter. In the pandemic, people died for oxygen, right? There was a faculty in IIT Bombay, a bunch of people who figured out, and I was blown away by this innovation. It's there on the GitHub. I can give you the GitHub link. They put out the entire, to this. The amount of oxygen you need, a human being needs, is about less than 250 ml or per minute. It's very small. It's not 5 liters. The concentrator gives 5 liters, 15. You don't need 5 liters, 15 liters. Because the amount of oxygen that a patient breathes is just 250 ml and more. And even unless you are exceptional, it's half a liter. So what happens? Your exhaust is oxygen rich. And people in hospitals, it was noticed, empirically noticed, where they were using oxygen and concentrators, there were more incidents of fire. It was not an accident, unnatural accident. There was a correlation there, right? Because it was oxygen rich. That's where the idea came from. Can I tap the exhaust breath of this guy, remove the carbon dioxide, remove the microbes, and circulate it back? And my fresh oxygen, virgin oxygen requirement comes down to by 95%. You don't have any transportation. The biggest problem in oxygen is reverse logistics. It's not oxygen preparation. There's enough oxygen in the country. It's just that it is there with the steel plants, which are somewhere else. The PSA plants are not enough. So this was a remarkable solution. They put out the whole solution they tested it out on people. IIT Bombay did this, right? Open source, do it. But I think the entire lobby was, the commercial lobby was working against it. But you see the power of that solution. It can save lives, right? So it's not I mean, the avenues by which people like us can make an impact. And that's what GDC is trying to do. Have I exhausted you all? Somebody still got the enthu, please. Yes, sir. No, you're not audible. Just
Hello. Yeah. So it's not a question. Thank you for this talk. Actually, maybe I would have been grateful if I listened to this maybe a couple of years back.
Why, what happened now?
I mean, I founded 2 startups in this 2 years time. One with my friends whom and we knew that we're a great team, multidisciplinary mechanical engineers, electronics engineers, electrical engineers, computer science engineers. We knew what we are good at, and that miserably failed because we were just good engineers. We thought we could solve anything under the sun probably, but we failed because we never knew how to take it further. The second one was way more planned than the first one, but whatever he said, you can just take it in without flushing anything out. That's all exactly true. Don't even think second time about it, most of the things. So the second one we started with, again, a research-based problem where, you think there is some market, there is value for, humanity and all those things. But it's simply hard to convince anybody to buy anything at all, right? So let it be the customers who are going to die without that technology, or let it be investors who might take it up. Nobody is a philanthropist in this domain, so that's not going to work as well. So one technology, as you rightly said, we got numerous awards for it because it seems so nice, but we couldn't convince any farmers or anybody to take it forward. We are still discussing. Then came one of the last product that we launched very recently. It's not deep tech. I mean, I wouldn't call it deep tech. It's just something very trivial, but we recently got a lot of interest and pre-booking and all those things, that to an extent that we are overwhelmed with the response that we got. And now we are looking at how we can scale it up to meet the demand. So I think we are closer to success, but I mean, our innovation and passion is not the key driver here, but if the market exists, just grab it. We don't create market unless we are, I don't know. Thanks.
Great comments, right? The market humbles. We may think it's great technology, the market humbles us. And I think you've got lessons of life that you can't learn anywhere else. So all good luck to you in your third startup. And if GDC can help, we are happy to help. We are free. GDC is free, by the way. We don't charge money. And we don't take equity. All right. I think we're out of time. I think he said he signaled it. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
One small formality remaining. I know Mr. Rao and Subramaniam have been every time coaxing our lab also to participate in this cohort program. Someday I will find the courage to come. Is that a threat? No, I am more worried after I didn't listen to the complete this, but the last slide and what you were discussing, I was listening. It is more threat for me.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. You want to reach us? There it is.